episode of the Sports PSP podcast. I am your host, Sports PSP. Before we start off this episode, we're gonna do a little teaser, a little quick video, a little intro video of the Sports PSP podcast, something that hasn't been done on the live stream. So, I want to give y'all a little quick teaser, real quick.
All right.
See if we have it. Yeah, so came up
Yeah.
with a new intro video song, intro theme song, stuff like that. Had to spend a lot of time. Shout out to the good folks at Canva for doing their thing. But of course, I am happy that we are on the Sports PSP podcast, as my man Champ put it, the highlight of Friday nights. Alongside me, I have the great panel. I have my man on my far left. He is Mr. Atlanta. He is a girl dad. He is everything Atlanta. Hawks, Braves, Falcons. He is one half Georgia Bulldogs fan. He's going to need a lot of prayer and a lot of hope, but I think he'll be just fine because his Georgia Bulldogs going up against the Florida Gators, they should win that one. BRF Sports. How you doing, man?
Doing pretty good. Doing pretty good. I'm gonna throw my initial tagline in there. I'm always enjoying bringing real flair to the sports talk game. Always a pleasure to get on here. Didn't have a good week last week because the service was kicking me off, but I'm having a lot of luck so far. Always a pleasure to get on here with my homies, PSP, Undisputed World Champ, doing what we do best, making Friday night tangerine in the White House ain't doing nothing to make America great again. But that's a whole nother conversation for another day. So, but anyways, always a pleasure to get on here and holler with my fellas. What's good with y'all boys?
Good, bro.
Lord,
Not the tangerine.
we
What
haven't
the
even
hell?
started the episode yet, and you had to bring up that dude. I mean, I understand how you feel about BRF. I am no fan of the dude in office, but hey, I can't blame you for feeling how you feel, man. And of
Oh,
course,
hey, it's always good to start off with a little pot shot before we get going to get the juices flowing.
well, you can save the pot shots at the end, though. I mean, always save the best for last.
Fair enough.
But of course, we cannot do the Sports PSP podcast without my main man, all the way from Columbus, Georgia. He is the four-time college degree champion. He is our military man and veteran. He is the Al Roker of journalism, the young Charles Barkley, kind of like the little brother Mark Henry. Big ups. In case if you heard the news, I'm not going to break down all the details. I think Champ knows it very well himself. Congratulations, big fella, on your success and everything else. Check out the IG post that Undisputed World Champ put out. He is doing his thing and he's going to continue doing this thing. But he's everything, man. He's like a big brother to me. I talk to him more than I talk to my actual own family, to be honest with you. I mean, if there's a person I want to have a conversation with, is him. To the ladies, he's the love chocolate. Chocolate. I mean, the ladies love him. The ladies love the big fella. The ladies love Big Smooth, man. But he's the epitome of Southern hospitality. The one and only at Mama Champ's number one favorite son, undisputed world champ. How you doing, big fella?
Yeah, I'm good, man. You're not gonna get a better introduction than that. As always, from the New Jersey Genius, not gonna get a better one than that. Been a grueling process, but we finally got it done.
He
Finally
got me
got
with
it
the
done.
love,
Finally got it done.
love
Man,
chocolate.
glad to be here, man. Glad it's a privilege, a pleasure, and an honor to be here, man. Got a lot of things done, but may not seem like it, but hey, man, you got to be serious about the career, about to be serious about everything. Hey, good milestones, but as late great Kobe Bryant always said, job's not done. Job's not done. We got a long way to go, but we got a lot of time to get there. Thank God. God is good.
Yeah, but
Hold on.
big fella,
Yep.
keep doing your
Give
thing,
me
man.
Hold on, y'all. Give me a few because I'm struggling with this recording thing again. Give me a few. I'm not gonna leave y'all like last time. I'm gonna try to stick this out. Y'all give me a few.
All
All
right,
right.
take your time, BRF. While BRF is taking care of the recording technical issues, again, folks, we apologize. But as always, we're always gonna keep on rolling with the show. We always gonna have BRF on the show. He's a big contributor to the Sports PSP podcast as well as the Undisputed Go podcast, man. But big fella, uh you know what? I was gonna talk about the Ravens Dolphins, but we're gonna save that for a little bit. I cannot let you get away without not talking about your Atlanta Falcons last week against the Miami Dolphins.
Hmm.
Now, look, you picked Atlanta. I picked Atlanta. We didn't think that Miami had, in the words of Vince McMahon, no chance in hell they were going to beat Atlanta. But my man, 34 to 10 in that game?
Mm-hmm.
Tua Tagovailoa, he looked like the second coming of Steve Young in that game with 4 touchdown passes in that game. Look, Undisputed, we can talk about the offense. We can talk about how they brought in Kirk Cousins for Michael Penix Jr. due to injury. And yes, they should have utilized Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier more, incorporate the running game more. That's what they do best on the offensive side. But champ, your defense, BRF brags and talks about that defense. No. That defense can't be absolved for that performance. Especially when Tua the previous week threw 3 interceptions and got embarrassed by the Cleveland Browns. Big fella, what are your thoughts, man? Because with Atlanta, this was, I cannot put it into context just how awful and embarrassing that performance was. This was even worse than Carolina.
Absolutely. Number one, I will say, I think it was poor game planning. I don't really think they had a game plan for Miami. I really don't because it didn't look like it. And as you all know, how it seems and how it is at a certain point. I don't think they had a game plan. I think they came in, they said, we finna play one of these slapstick teams at this point, that being the Miami Dolphins. We're gonna go out here, we're gonna run our basic playbook and see how it goes and get out of here. I think a lot of that is on coaching at this point. And I think Jeff Ulbrich is the only one that should be retained at this point, especially if we don't make it out of here at the playoffs, because that's not one but two embarrassing losses that we have. Two. And we got the Patriots coming next week. And then after that, then it's the Indianapolis Colts. And what's so funny about that is this. What's what's so funny about the Atlanta Falcons is when they play these super great teams, they play these great quarterbacks, they play and it's lights out. You see guys getting to the ball, you see them matriculating the ball down the field. You see some of the greatest play calling and the greatest coaching that you ever want to see. But when we play these lower level teams for some reason, I feel like that the coaching and the players play down to the competition. That's what happens. I don't think that it just comes um, from the players. I really think that we play down and coach down to the competition. You saw what happened when we played the Minnesota Vikings. You saw what happened when we played Baker Mayfield. You saw what happened when we played the Buffalo Bills, arguably one of the best teams in the AFC right about now. But for some reason, we played Carolina, very winnable game, came out here flat. Miami Dolphins came out flat. And there has to be something done. Coach Morris has to do a better job of making sure that the players don't play down to the competition. Part of being a playoff team, winning division titles, and eventually winning Super Bowls is this: you have to beat the teams that you are supposed to beat. You have to. Because if you don't, that puts you in a bad state of affairs later on down the line. So it's a lot of stuff that is going on across the board. Number one, that offense is too predictable. You're running everything out of the pistol. Everybody knows what you're going to do. And once and right now, once Bijan and Algier is shut down, pretty much that off pretty much 60% of the offense is gone, especially when you put Kurt in there. So there has to be a lot. There's a lot to be done and a lot to be said about this team. You have the tools. You have to execute. It makes no sense for you to have the tools and not execute. You must execute. Executing is a must. And it's a lack of execution. It's a lack of coaching. It's a lack of players giving a crap when you play these small time teams. It's a lack of all of that. And that is an absolute problem. When you can't beat the team you're supposed to beat, you're not going to make it to the playoffs. And when you can't beat the team you're supposed to beat, then guess what? How are you supposed to get into the playoff and make it out of a wild card round? What's happening is we're playing down to the competition. It's as simple as that. And when you do that, that's lack of coaching, there's lack of leadership, and there's lack of players. And there's lack of players giving a crap. And I think that's a culmination of things, and that has to be fixed quick, fast, and in a hurry. Otherwise, we're going to find ourselves again next year saying this year's going to be the year that we make it to the playoffs. This year's going to be the year to make it to the playoffs. Hey, guess what? If people can blame Arthur Blank all they want to. He can't coach. He can't play. For the most part, Arthur Blank, he throws money at the situation and he steps all the way back. Now, do I think Rich McKay plays a part in it? Yeah, absolutely. But the players and the coaches, they have to make the difference. They have to be the difference maker. We have the players on this team in order to make the playoffs. We have the quarterback in order to make the playoffs. We have the backs in order to make the playoffs. The only difference between us and the Detroit Lions is execution and giving a crap and not playing down to the competition. I know people always say when the Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs, well, they just look who they just played. You have to beat the teams that you're supposed to beat. When you go out there and you execute and you do what you're supposed to, that's what needs to happen. And that's what has to happen. And that's why the Falcons are in the same boat that they're in this year. They were in last year. There hasn't been an improvement of that. Like I said, we got the players. We have the coaches. We have the personnel. It's just a matter of us not playing down to the competition and actually giving a crap once we take that field. Because once we take that field to a lower tier team, doesn't seem like we give a crap. Like I said, you saw that with the Panthers. You saw it with the Miami Dolphins. They just played very, very lackadaisical. We play these, like I said, you see it, BRF, we play these big time teams, or we throw everything except the kitchen sink at them. We throw the atomic bomb and the doomsday device at them, and we come out on top. When we play these lower level teams, all of a sudden you want to play down to the competition. You want to make the play caller predictable. You don't want to. It has to stop before we get into the later on in the season. And if it doesn't, we may be looking at another situation that we was in last year, where we're talking about a new coach and a new personnel. Right now, if the season ended right now, I'd say get rid of everybody except Coach Jeff Ulbrich. I'd say get rid of everybody except him. And depending on how things go, bring in Mike McDaniel as a play caller, offensive coordinator. He may not be that good as a head coach, but he's a hell of a play caller. You saw that at the 49ers. But there has to be some changes made. You fired the wide receivers coach, what have you. Ray McLeod is no longer there, who was a big part of the offense last year. There's a lot of changes that you as a coach has taken, that you have done. But where is the planning? Where is the game planning? Where is the climbing up in these players' behinds when it's time? You have to do something. Because seeing the personnel that we have, the offense and the defense, the backs that we have, and you're sitting with a losing record below 500 at this point, that is an embarrassment and inexcusable. Because it's not like we don't have – if we had the 1993 version of the Atlanta Falcons right now, they was on the field, nobody would give a crap. Okay, you're 93 version of it. You really ain't got the players, you ain't got the personnel, you don't have a lot of things going on. This is a rebuilding year. But now you have the personnel. You have a Drake London. Kyle Pitts is playing lights out. You have a back that's capable of being an MVP at this point. You got a guy behind him that's capable of putting up 1,000 to 1,500 yards if he was the number one back. You have the defense. You have the defensive backs when healthy. You got AJ Terrell. You have Jesse Bates. You have the back end and the front end in order to compete. You have the linebackers in order to compete. You have the personnel, but where's the urgency? Where's the sense to win? Where's the sense of, okay, we're not going to come out here and get embarrassed on our home court, our home floor? Where is that? We don't see it. That's why we lose.
BRF.
Oh, I do all that work to get back on, and then I get back on, and it's a Falcons topic.
Well, we have to talk about it because, again, for us not to discuss what happened to the Atlanta Falcons last week, we'd be doing a major disservice to our audience. And considering the fact that we all picked Atlanta to beat Miami, BRF.
Let me tell you something.
Go ahead.
Let me tell you something. I wasn't on the show last week. I was skeptical. I was skeptical the whole week. Drake London doesn't play. Jalen Walker's out. Billy Bowman's out. Devon Diablo broke form in the San Francisco game. He's out minimum 4 weeks. I was skeptical the entire week, and then with Penix being out, going to Kirk Cousins, I was like, I was a little nervous. I'm not gonna lie. I'm honest to God, I'm not surprised Miami beat us. I'm shocked at how they beat us because it just felt like I kind of felt like even with the players that were missing, I still felt like Atlanta was talented enough. Even if it was like a 7-point game, a 10-point game, I felt like Atlanta, you would have thought Zach Robinson would hear you're too predictable on offense. Everybody knows if you're in pistol, you're going to run. If you're in shotgun, you're going to throw. You're never creative. You don't use play action. You don't flex your best players out to create mismatches against the defense. Whereas you have a Jeff Ulbrich, your counterpart as a defensive coordinator, who does so many different things to create new looks, to create confusion for the quarterback. And I honestly, I feel like if anybody's going to get fired now, it would be Zach Robinson. I don't trust his play calling. And I don't trust his play calling because he's not creative. You have all this firepower, you have all this weaponry, and you don't do anything to really exploit that against these defenses. Because let me tell you something. The Miami game should have been just like what the Buffalo game was. Especially knowing you have a guy like Kirk Cousins who hasn't played in basically over a year, who hasn't played football. Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier should have at least a piece got minimum 15 to 18 carries, maybe 20, maybe at least 20 touches a piece. Anything to keep the burden off of Kirk Cousins from having to chunk the ball the way he did in that game. And it's like him and the receivers were out of sync. It just felt like they were unprepared. They weren't ready. They didn't have a good game plan going into Miami, and it showed. It showed. But here's the thing that really grinds my gears about the Atlanta Falcons. As bad as they looked against Miami, they can beat New England Sunday. They are the biggest enigma in the National Football League. Everybody's going to pick New England to beat Atlanta. It would not shock me at all. It would not shock me at all if the Atlanta Falcons played the New England Patriots the way they played the Buffalo Bills, which is throw different looks at Drake May, confuse. Because here's the thing, though. Jeff Ulbrich did an interview. He said Drake May reminds me a lot of Josh Allen. Do we remember that Monday Night Football game? Do we remember all the different looks that Jeff Ulbrich was throwing at an MVP and made him look mid, made him look absolutely pedestrian? Now don't get me wrong. We had a lot of our players in. Hopefully, we're getting them back for the New England game. I know, like Penix has already been announced as he's back. He's starting. We got Drake. We're gonna have Drake, which is always a plus. Now it's just a matter of are we getting some of our defenders back? I'm thinking. I haven't seen too many reports yet. I'm thinking we might get Billy. We might, if nothing else, we may get Billy Bowman and Jalen Walker back, which would be a huge plus. And I'm sorry, I am sick and tired of seeing JD Bertrand play middle linebacker. I'm sick of it. He's not good. He's not good at all. It's like he's slow to diagnose plays. He's scared to make plays. I would have trotted Josh Woods out there to let him get a shot. And I think a lot of people are waiting to see what Troy Anderson does because he hasn't been on the field since he was injured. Troy Anderson is arguably the most athletic linebacker we have on the team when he's healthy. And that includes Jalen Walker. That includes Devon Diablo when everybody's healthy. Troy Anderson is arguably the most healthy linebacker on the team. So it just feels, I don't know, it feels like there's just something that could probably they need to get in. They need to really be working hard in the lab, and they need to be correcting this because New England is not playing around. I said New England was one of my sleeper teams this year to maybe qualify, to maybe contend for like the 3 wild card spots. New England is giving Buffalo hell for this AFC East. They are 6-2 in first place. 6-2 in first place. I wasn't expecting that out of New England, but you know what? I pat myself a little bit on the back. I kind of saw the potential they had a little more than other people. I like what they do on the defensive side of the ball. I think Christian Gonzalez is arguably a top 5 corner in this league. Drake May is an MVP candidate. I don't care what anybody says. Drake May is an MVP candidate. In my opinion, I think he should be a top 5 MVP candidate right now. He absolutely should be. Nobody expected the New England Patriots to be 6-2, and nobody expected Drake May to look the way he's looking right now. He should very much be in the consideration for MVP. So if I'm Atlanta, I kind of on defense, I treat Drake May similar to the way I did Josh Allen because they have similar games. They like to move in the pocket. They like to move out the pocket. They like to run. They obviously can throw the ball. But I would treat Drake May the exact same way. I throw different looks at him. I throw different coverages at him. I give him one look, go to another one, and confuse him. Jeff Ulbrich, don't change a thing. Do what you've been doing all year. Don't change anything. Zach Robinson, I want you to listen to me. I want you to listen to me good.
Oh Lord,
because you might not be watching this. You might not be watching the Sports PSP podcast. It's okay, but I promise you, it's one of the best. It's one of the best watches on YouTube. I promise you, you'll learn something when you listen to the homies. So if you watching, just listen to me. For the love of God, I have no problem. I have no problem with you running the pistol offense. Everybody's moaning and complaining about the pistol offense. I don't have a problem with him running the pistol offense. Anything to allow Michael Penix Jr. to be comfortable. What I don't like is the lack of creativity. You could do so many things out of this offense, whether it's running or passing. The reason why we haven't been successful is because they already know when we're in pistol, that we're gonna run. So then, when you do call a play action, when you do call one, the defense isn't biting on it. They see the action, they like, okay, and they just keep running straight to the quarterback. They don't care. They don't care because they don't bite. If I'm Zach Robinson, if you're going to throw the ball, do it early, do it with creativity to set up Bijan, to set up Tyler, to open the middle of the field and let them do their thing. Let them do their thing. Like I said, the Atlanta Falcons are the biggest enigma in football. They can very well go to Foxborough and beat the New England Patriots on Sunday. That's just the kind of enigmatic team they are. Can they go out and lose by double digits? Absolutely. Can they go to New England and beat them by double digits? Absolutely. That's the type of team they are. That's the type of talent they are. It's about consistency with the coaching. Raheem Morris, you need to light a fire under Zach Robinson. You need to light a fire under yourself. Because I'm with Champ. I would fire him and Zach Robinson right now and keep Jeff Ulbrich and see what the head coach and offensive coordinator Carousel will have to offer. If I was doing something right now, but honestly, you're stuck with them for the rest of the year, so you need to absolutely just look in the mirror, do some soul searching, understand what you're doing wrong, and not just say you're going to fix it in the press conference, but actually go and fix it. Otherwise, I've said this, like I'm shout out to the Atlanta Falcons Network Discord. I'm in that and I talk with a lot of fans. I talk with a lot of guys in there that know their stuff. They don't make the playoffs. Raheem Morris is getting fired. And Zach Robinson's gonna be tied to the hip with him. So if they want to save their job, I expect to see some more creativity. I expect to see some more fire, and I expect Raheem Morris to actually be a leader of men and not just stare at the damn scoreboard every 5 minutes and see what's going on.
Like you mean
He
like
really you got going right every 5-10 minutes. You see him look up like, bro, ain't nothing changing. People question your head coaching ability. If you want to shut him up, now would be the perfect time. You're getting a lot of your guys back. You want to shut them up? This is the week to begin to show them. Because let me tell you something. If they can beat New England, it could be the perfect spark they need to get on the run. Because let's be honest, a lot of the schedule is not like, oh my gosh, we're gonna like run the table as far as losing. Atlanta could very well in the next 7 games go 5-2. Like I said, they're just an enigmatic team. But it starts from the top. Raheem Morris and Zach Robinson needs to get it together now because the players are too good on this roster to be looking at 3-4 and in third place in the division. I am sick and tired of hearing Carolina Panthers fans run their mouth about how they've owned us the last 2 games. I am tired of hearing it. Harrison, I love you, homie. Shout out to you. I'm tired of y'all running y'all mouths about the Falcons like y'all just got this upper hand on us all of a sudden when the all-time series still shows we own y'all. But that's enough. That's neither here nor there.
But
Raheem
in the
Morris needs to
word,
get this team
but
together.
BRF,
Otherwise, he's gonna get fired.
Janet Jackson, what have you done for me lately?
that's
Yeah,
valid.
valid, but I still don't look at the Panthers as a full-on rivalry. But that's neither here nor there.
No, then you don't look at
That's
them as
it.
a rivalry. You obviously Champ won't admit it. The biggest rivalry the Falcons has historically would probably be the Saints, or as
The
he
Aints.
calls them, the Aints.
Oh no 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 no! If the champ knows this deep down, he just don't like them. But deep down, he knows the rivalry is the New Orleans Saints. He knows this with every fiber in his being.
But
We
B,
live to beat them to twice a year.
You
but
better beat them.
BRF, I
Yeah.
gotta say this in all seriousness, the defense, BRF. Yes, I can understand the amount of injuries y'all had, but the fact that y'all let Tua Tagovailoa, who leads the league in interceptions. He and Gino are up there as far as with turnovers. For them to allow 4 touchdown passes and considering how much they've done their part defensively, because historically, when you think of Atlanta, you think of offense. You think of from Matty Ice, Michael Vick, Anderson. You think of Michael Turner, Roddy White, Julio Jones, Tony Gonzalez, Austin Hooper. They've had for that defense, for y'all to have a good enough defense and to allow Tua Tagovailoa to play like he was the second coming of Steve Young. That's bad.
And I
Especially
can tell, and the thing is, I can tell you exactly what that was too. You want to know what that was? They missed Divine Diablo. That's exactly what that was. Divine Diablo. It's not just his playmaking. It's not just his speed. It's not just his athletic ability. That's what Atlanta's going to miss. It's his communication skills. It's his ability to get people set up to be in the right position to make plays. JD Bertrand was not him. He was not him. And they missed Devon Diablo. They were out of sorts. The communication was not that great. When you don't have communication, a team like Miami is going to be able to do their thing and run all over you. Because I mean, it's from lack of communication. It's from lack. It's like they weren't. It's like they weren't prepared. And I think a lot of that was just they missed Devon Diablo in the middle because he just sometimes with defenses it's just certain players that just understand it and know how to get their guys up and hold them together. And it was just complete. It was just I think it's just as simple as they missed their middle linebacker. I just think that's what it just falls back to. And everybody was just out of sorts and everybody was just out of whack and just you saw it on the field. They looked like they just didn't come ready because to me, it was more I feel like it was more what the running game did to allow Tua to do his thing as opposed to just Tua torching us. Tua had an okay, yeah, he threw 4 touchdowns. Yardage wise, it was okay. He threw 4 touchdowns. That was Devin. That was that running game. That was Achane and Jalen Wright
But still,
and Ollie Gordon.
BRF,
it was that running game.
I understand all that, but for Tua, who the week before BRF, he had a horrendous game, perhaps the worst of his career against the Cleveland Browns. Now, given the amount of injuries Atlanta had, you would still think Atlanta would still be able to deliver the goods. And still, I don't understand with Kirk Cousins at quarterback. Why do you take away the one thing that you do best on offense, which is run the football with Robinson and Algier?
Like I said, they just didn't. They came in the game like they didn't have a game plan. That's coaching. Coaching.
I know it's coaching, but still, that's clueless as hell. As Champ always says, it's kind of like going to Vietnam with a BB gun. Or Mike Tyson, you having a tax attorney to come represent you in a rape case. I mean, Atlanta, y'all got to do better because with the amount of talent that y'all have accumulated, there should be zero excuse for you.
If your coaching can't coach, it don't matter.
But BRF 34-10. I understand
if
coaching.
Your coaching don't get them together, it don't matter. It don't matter. You can throw everything you can at me, PSP. I love you like a brother. If your coaching don't get you ready, you could have the Monstars on your team. If your coaching act like they don't know what they doing, it don't matter. It don't matter.
Okay, then if it's coaching, then why is it all this time they've kept Raheem Morris?
They're stuck with him. He got a 5-year contract. They're stuck with him, at least through this season. They're stuck with him.
At least through the season. And you got to think about this. If you need any more evidence of coaching at a certain point, I'm going to give a prime example of this. Remember how that San Francisco 49ers team looked before John Harbaugh got there? The same personnel, Aldon Smith, Navarro Bowman, Patrick Willis, a lot of those guys, Vernon Davis, a lot of those guys. But look at the difference in how they played with Jim Harbaugh. Jim Harbaugh, thank you for correcting me. Jim Harbaugh when he got there versus how they played with Mike Singletary, which he's a Hall of Famer, by the way, but he was trying to coach these guys, these modern guys, like he was still in 1985 with Mike Ditka. And he was known for the sound bites more so than anything. So that's what good coaching gets you. You go from being a middle of the pack team who has every reason to win the division to, a Super Bowl contender at a certain point. That's the difference. And I get where BRF is coming from. If you don't have the right coaching, you could have Montana, you could have Walter Payton, you could have Jerry Rice, T.O., and on the right and on the other side of the ball, you can have a mixture of the 85 Bears and the Legion of Boom. I mean, the front seven can be the Legion of Boom, and the back end the front seven can be the Chicago Bears at 1985, and the back end could be the Legion of Boom. If you have lackluster coaching and they're not able to get a game plan going on, it's going to be bad for a little bit of everybody on that team.
But
And
but
change.
big
These
fella,
are these are the 10 most important games in Raheem Morris's career.
but big
Because
fella,
if they fall flat, he will never get another job.
but big fella, I understand coaching, but at the same time, if you're the players, you know what's at stake. You know that you're gonna be shortchanged as far as with injuries. At some point, two things could be true. Coaching we cannot excuse, but at the same time, with the players and considering the amount of talent that y'all have and the money y'all making, and considering Atlanta, because again, champ, you say in order for y'all to change the narrative with Atlanta to turn it into a winning culture, y'all gotta win now. In order for y'all to end this narrative, well, Atlanta's just known for choking. We gotta find ways to win games. I understand coaching. I understand it was inexcusable for Zach Robinson, the offensive coordinator, to go against what y'all do best. There was no look. Before Miami, y'all lost to the San Francisco 49ers. No shame because of how well Kyle Shanahan has coached this team, even with all the defense, all the players being injured. Yes, we understand the coaching, which is why Kyle Shanahan is still a serious candidate for coach of the year. But these players, and let's not act as if Atlanta hasn't done their part in the offseason as far as accumulating players. If y'all want to establish a culture, a true winning culture as well, y'all got to do y'all part as well. No one can be absolved. We can't just look at it all just coaching. I got to look at these players as well. And Kirk Cousins, yes, I understand he's there because of Michael Penix Jr. And to your point, BRF, I don't believe the jury should be out on Michael Penix Jr. because there are people who say that Michael Penix Jr. can't play. He's a good enough quarterback to play in the NFL.
I don't give a
But
damn what them people say about Michael Penix. I've seen enough of him to know that he can ball. He can ball.
but with that being said, if you know Kirk Cousins is that quarterback, coaching,
Run
why
the
are
damn
you
ball.
run the damn ball with Robinson and Algier? It's not that difficult. It's not that complicated. Is it pretty? Absolutely not. Nevertheless, it's winning. As you always say, champ, don't be pretty, be
Be good.
good. I mean, sure, it's kind of like having the 5-star model chick. I'm not going to get that, but I'm probably going to get myself a 3-star model chick who's going to show class, who's going to be there for me through my highs and lows and everything else. But still, in all, I'm going to get the job done. And I think with Atlanta, this was a golden opportunity y'all missed. Tampa, ironically, despite all them injuries, they're still 6-2.
And that
And
go ahead. My
I
bad.
think for Atlanta, this is a much statement game for them against New England. They are an enigma. They are an enigma because they're going to have a lights out game and then the next game they're going to shit the bed. They are on the road. I think given the fact that they're on the road and that they're away from Atlanta, I think this could actually help them, considering the fact that the Patriots are what the favorites in this game. Ramondre
Oh,
Stevenson
everybody's
is
gonna
good.
take New England and win this game.
Yeah, Ramondre Stevenson, who's one of the running backs, is going to be out. I still don't understand why they haven't incorporated Chedrick Henderson, but that's a story for another day. I think for Atlanta, you got to move on from that Miami game, and you're just going to have to go out there. Is Michael Penix Jr. going to play?
Yes.
He's announced he's playing.
Then he has to play situational football. Do not ask Michael Penix Jr. to do too much. Just play situational football. And defensively, if you're Atlanta, you're coming off a bad performance last week. You can't be any worse. You're still in Pro Football Reference. There's still a top 10 defense in the National Football League. Okay, according to Pro Football Reference, y'all have the number 1 passing defense in the NFL. as far as rushing defense in the NFL, that is a concern right there. If you look at
That's the
rushing,
Achilles heel.
yes, if you look at rushing defense in the NFL, Atlanta is 17th. It's not horrible, not great, however. And as far as scoring defense is concerned, y'all are 14th in the NFL. So my thing is, you're just gonna have to put Drake May in the pocket more and more, put pressure on him. On top of that, try to limit the running game, especially with Drake May, because Drake May has legs. I've told Champ, and again, to make it clear, abundantly clear for Washington fans, I am not saying that I don't love or don't want Jaden Daniels on my football team. My main concern with Jaden Daniels has been the size. I told you, Champ, how good Drake May is. And so far, what you've seen from him so far in these 8 games, don't get it twisted. I still want Jaden Daniels as my quarterback. My only concern about him was size. And he's expected to play against the Seattle Seahawks. So I hope he stays healthy, he stays upright, and hopefully for Washington, he wins. But that's a story for another day. In order for Atlanta to win this one, just run the ball with Robinson and Algier. Try to use Michael Penix Jr. as far as with the running game as well. He has legs himself. Don't ask him to throw the ball 35, 45 times. You don't need to do that. Just be good enough to win this game, and the rest is history. That's it.
Absolutely.
It's not
It's a
hard.
simple formula.
It ain't rocket science.
Nope.
I mean, come on. You can find. It's like with wrestling. You can find anybody to choreograph or orchestrate a wrestling script. Unless, I mean, worst case scenario, you have Vince Russo creating that script for you, and we don't want Vince Russo creating that script for us.
No.
So
Say it
BRF, undisputed world champ, y'all should be fine. If y'all, but I will say this: if y'all lose, and the way that y'all lose, undisputed world champ probably gonna have 3 bottles or 3 drinks.
Hey, look, I'm gonna just be real. We gotta win this game, and it has to be. We gotta win this game. I don't expect you to win in impressive fashion. Don't nobody want to go to Foxborough in October, November, and December. I know that because I don't like cold weather. I was stationed up north at one point during the middle of winter. I do not like cold weather. So don't nobody want to go to Foxborough during the winter. At the same time, you got to do everything that you can and you got to execute. You have the personnel, you have the capability, you got to execute. And coaching, y'all have to do everything that y'all can in order to make sure that this second half of the season is the best one that we have since 2017 when we last made the playoffs. Got to get it done. If you don't, then hey, in the great words, how we say it down south at work, if we don't get it done, all heads are gonna roll.
And this is a good enough team with the roster as presently constructed. There should be no excuse for them not to make the playoffs.
No,
let alone win their division.
Yeah, I don't like.
No, there's no excuses at all to make.
Winning the division, I'm not really mattering at that point, but you got to make the playoffs. You got to do something to show us that you are willing and able to do some things. Because I don't want to hear next year. You had 2 years in order to do it. And look, man, look. The thing is, this is the second time you've been head coach. This is the second time. First time was a mulligan. You should have learned the first time. Like I always say, if you don't learn something the first time, what's your learning curve? A flat line? Because remember, BRF, you remember this. You was the head coach the first time. There were rumors about you going out to damn strokers with the players. There's rumors about you being too close with the players. There's rumors about you being, a little bit too hands off and playing down to the competition last time. So this is the second time you've been a head coach with the same organization. You've been with this organization, so you know the expectation. So the thing is, if you don't make the playoffs this year, then guess what? All bets are off because you've been with this organization before. The only person that has ever left an organization, that has ever been fired as head coach of an organization and came back to an organization was the late great what was the guy's name? Cunningham from the Kansas City Chiefs. Gunther Cunningham from the
Gunther
Kansas City.
Cunningham. Gunther
Gun-
Cunningham.
yeah, Gunther Cunningham, hell of a defensive coordinator. But you know, when Marty left, he got hired as the head coach. He got fired as head coach, and he ended up coming back as a defensive coordinator. Raheem Morris has been with this organization when it's on top. He was the defensive
He was the
coordinator.
wide receiver coach when they went to the Super Bowl.
Yes, and he was the defensive coordinator. So again, you know the expectation. You know that this city has been hungry for a champ. You were there doing 28-3. You were there. So you know what the city is craving. It's not like somebody is stepping in on the outside looking in and saying, hey man, no, it's not the case. You know what's going on. Nobody has to tell you. So it's time. And if you don't, then I don't feel sorry for you. Guess what? You'll just be a defensive coordinator for the rest of your time as head coach, which I don't blame anybody at a certain point. Guess what? You can only get a certain amount of bites at that apple and don't swallow the apple before people just say, let me get that apple up out you. You're not gonna do nothing. And I don't blame you. Plus, this is not the NFL where there's gonna be a lot of patience. This is not the patient NFL, and rightfully so. If you didn't have the players, I can understand patience, patience, patience. But you do have the players. You do have the offense. You do have the quarterback. You do have the running backs. I don't want to hear any excuses. Raheem, you got to get it done. Got to get it done.
Well, hopefully they will get it done. Hopefully they will listen to their messages. But this is how y'all were feeling on Sunday afternoon.
Uh-oh. Mm. Tragic, isn't it?
You talk about uglier than a Masterpiece sneaker champ. That's uglier than Flavor Flav's teeth.
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
But let's get into some nastiness. Miami Dolphins. They lost 28-6 last night. It was Lamar Jackson's first game back from the hamstring injury, and he looked like his MVP caliber self. A little over 200 yards, but 4 touchdowns in that game. BRF, I'm going to let you go first, man. Should we be concerned about the Baltimore Ravens? Because they're starting to look back like the old Baltimore Ravens. Can they still compete? Can they still compete in the AFC? Because they've won back-to-back games, albeit against teams that really don't knock our socks off, in the Chicago Bears and the Miami Dolphins. And now with Lamar Jackson coming back, I still have concerns about the defense with Zach Orr. Are the Ravens the team that we should be concerned about, not just in the AFC, but the entire NFL?
If Lamar Jackson is 100%, you better worry about the Baltimore Ravens. If Lamar Jackson is 100%, you better worry about the Baltimore Ravens. The Baltimore Ravens can still win that division with a healthy Lamar Jackson. That's how good he is. Yes, that defense has been absolutely horrid this year. But let me tell you something. One thing about getting your star quarterback the way they did and how he looked last night, a guy, the face of the franchise like Lamar Jackson, you get him back and he plays well and he leads by example, can spark an entire team. I mean, it's just that kind of positive kinetic energy a guy like that can bring to a team. If I'm Pittsburgh, I see Baltimore, and I've seen what they've done the last couple of weeks, and yet you better worry about them, because all it takes is that one little spark, and a team like Baltimore can run the table. Like everything can get corrected just like that. The defense plays with a little more fire. They a little more swag. They find swag. They find that swag back what they've had the last couple of years or so when they've been like a really good defense. They find that swag again. Everybody on that offense just steps the game up a little bit, has a little more pep in their step. Somebody like a Derrick Henry, somebody like a Justice Hill, Mark Andrews, Zay Flowers, Rashad Bateman, Isaiah Likely, guys like that. They find a little pep in their step, and then all of a sudden they start clicking on all cylinders again. Until the Baltimore Ravens are mathematically eliminated from playoff contention, they better be on the minds of every top team in the AFC because they can beat them with the healthy Lamar Jackson. You have to worry about them because they present they present challenges that a lot of these other teams don't present. And it all stems and starts with Lamar Jackson because it's not just his ability. It's not just the fact that he's the greatest running quarterback in the history of the league. It is what it is. He is. I mean, I love Steve Young. I love Mike Vick. I love Cam Newton. I love Randall Cunningham. I love guys like that who've paved the way and who've kind of revolutionized the position as far as like being able to run the ball. Lamar Jackson is the greatest running quarterback in the history of the National Football League, bar none. The proof is right there in the pudding. But it's his passing ability and where it's at right now. I don't think we have ever seen a quarterback with this high level of being able to run the ball at this clip, but yet being a 65 to 69, borderline 70% passer. He presents too many matchup problems. And we've never seen a guy this elite at both. And he just opens up so many lanes, whether it opens up Derrick Henry, it opened up lanes for Derrick Henry to be able to run the rock. And then if you're worried about them running the ball, that's play action. That's Zay Flowers. That's Rashad Bateman. That's DeAndre Hopkins. That's Mark Andrews. That's Isaiah Likely. Just weapons on weapons on weapons. When that run game is going off and you can just set up that play action, you're going to bite. I mean, it's simple as that. You're worrying about Lamar Jackson and Derrick Henry in the backfield, you're going to bite. And when you bite, we've seen the amazing improvements that Lamar Jackson has made as a passer. And don't get it. And 2019, he was a really, really good passer. He threw 36. I mean, that was his first MVP year. 36 touchdowns. There's a girl on IG and TikTok that I follow. She is gosh, I shout out her name. It's Tanya Ray Fox. If you don't follow her on IG on TikTok, follow her. She is amazing as far as like giving sports takes and putting her knowledge into certain topics and things of that nature. If you don't follow her, you should definitely give her a follow because I think she's amazing. She talks about Lamar and she talked about his MVP year as a pocket passer. You want to know what his pocket passer rating was in 2019, his first MVP year?
What's that, big fella?
It was almost 98. And people were saying he couldn't throw the ball worth a crap then. But yet his pocket passer rating was 97.9. And then you look at the improvements so he was good to elite then. And then you've seen just up and up and up that's happened since. My biggest thing with Lamar Jackson was his ability to throw outside the hash marks, to throw on the sidelines. You've seen that the last couple of years, how much better he's gotten at that.
Yeah, that's been over with. And I think BRF last year, by far, that was Lamar's best as a passer. If it were not for the value, and if we just based it on stats, you could have made an argument Lamar Jackson should have won the MVP, because if you look at the numbers, again, you could say it's an injustice, although some people may say it's an injustice, although I had no problem with Josh Allen winning the MVP. But you and Champ, y'all were running the bandwagon. Hey, MV3 for Lamar. Over 4,000 yards, 40 something touchdown passes, 4 interceptions. I mean, with the
Well, I'll say this. Late in the season, I just thought Lamar Jackson was just going to get it because I just thought the stats were just going to be too eye popping to overlook. I was actually leading the Josh Allen for MVP bandwagon majority of the season. I
So
just
was I.
thought Lamar
I,
Jackson,
I picked I picked Josh Allen too. The
yeah,
only reason why I picked Josh Allen because
because
of what he was able to do with far less talent. And if you take
exactly. I feel like they made the right. I feel like they made the right call giving Josh Allen the MVP when you look at the value he brought to the Buffalo Bills. Because let's keep it a buck. Any other quarterback with that Buffalo Bills roster, they're a top 10 draft pick team. Let's just be real. And the value that Josh Allen brought to that roster, his ability to, and like him uplifting like all the talent that was around, all the guys that were around him last year, whether it be Keon Coleman, whether it be Khalil Shakir or Dalton Knox or Dawson Knox, Dalton Kincaid, James Cook in the backfield. I mean, he elevated everybody. So it was just value that you just could not miss. You saw it there game in and game out, and like for me, he clinched the MVP that Kansas City game, that fourth down run where he just took off and scored that touchdown and basically iced the game. That was the game that sealed the MVP for me for Josh Allen. So, but yeah, like Lamar is just he's just he's just generational talent that you can still see even though he's already an elite player. It's almost like you still see him like there's still ways that he can get better, and he's already the elite of the elite. But there's still ways that he could ultimately get even better because I mean the only step left for him is to get to the Super Bowl. That's all that's left. You have 2 MVPs. You've gone to an AFC championship game. All that's left is getting to the Super Bowl. And this AFC is still so wide open. When you have teams like the Indianapolis Colts who coming out of nowhere, playing well, but still the jury's kind of out on them. Can they hold up for a 17-game season? Kansas City's starting to find their groove again. You have a team like the Denver Broncos. Champ giving his opinion. He thinks they're the most balanced team in the league when you consider how good they can be on offense and how dominant their defense is. You can't argue that point with the Denver Broncos. But there's not one AFC team that's really took that conference and really grabbed it by the horns and say the road runs through us. That like not even the Kansas City Chiefs. Yeah, they're playing ball, but they haven't done that yet for this season. All it takes is just that one little spark, and we're looking at the Baltimore Ravens being the X factor in the entire AFC playoffs because they are the team if they're cooking on all cylinders, meaning their offense is flowing, whether it be running the ball or passing the ball, and then their defense if they're getting good pass rush, if they're making plays, if they're getting interceptions, if they're getting turnovers, taking the ball away, if they're clicking on all cylinders, I think they are still one of the scariest teams in the league. And I feel like the top teams should worry about them now if Lamar Jackson is back at 100%, because Lamar Jackson, for me, is the ultimate mismatch of the National Football League. You have to worry about the Baltimore Ravens.
Mm.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
All right.
Big fella, you have anything to add regarding the Ravens Dolphins game?
Yes, indeed. Had to take out my handy dandy notebook, or in this case, my iPad. Right now, Lamar Jackson, he's missed quite a few games, but he still has more touchdowns, passing touchdowns, than Baker Mayfield, Daniel Jones, Jordan Love, and Sam Darnold.
That's insane.
That is insane. Oh, and I'm not done yet, real quick, because that schedule that they have coming up, uh, you know what? It's very, very winnable because when you think over the course of the next couple of weeks, now they're 3-5, they're third in the league. When you think about this, coming up, they have the Minnesota Vikings. You just don't know which Minnesota you're going to get. Or is JJ McCarthy going to be healthy? How are they going to react now that they have him back? Defense is good. Offense has been sputtering with Carson Wentz. So let's see what happens. After that game, you look at they have Cleveland, Cincinnati, Pittsburgh, Cincinnati once again. Quite a few winnable games. Then they have New England, Green Bay, and Pittsburgh.
All those games are winnable. All those games are winnable.
I wouldn't discount Cleveland though. Even though that looks winnable though, but still that rivalry though, and who knows?
If Dylan Gabriel is still in that game, I'm discounting him. But
exactly, I do. Exactly. Even with the Baltimore Ravens defense, I do not trust Dylan Gabriel to do much of anything.
Even a blind squirrel will find his nut eventually.
Again, if he to get off subject, if he doesn't show anything this next game against the New York Jets, his goose is cooked. His goose is cooked. If he does not show anything this next, because you got 2 weeks. If he does not show anything against this New York Jets team next week, I do not want to hear another thing about Dylan Gabriel. Now, granted, you can say whatever you want to about Shedeur Sanders at this point in time right about now, whether he deserves to play or whether they're protecting him or not. But when you really look at the New York Jets at this point, let me go to my handy-dandy notebook one last time. I'm just going to be real. Over the course of the last, they've given up over 30 points 5 separate times. And that's not even and that's just the thing. And if the Cincinnati Bengals don't have that bad defense that they have, they lose that game. They gave up 38 points. So if Dylan Gabriel is not able to articulate the ball down the field against this Jets defense that has given up 30 points 5 times this season, I don't want to hear a darn thing else about Dylan Gabriel and what he's capable of.
But big fella, here's the thing.
Go ahead.
They're probably not going to ask Dylan Gabriel to do much because they know he can't do much. They're probably going to rely on Jukins. You've been telling me how good Jukins has been throughout the year for the Cleveland Browns, and you can make a conversation for him as far as with Offensive Rookie of the Year. We know why with Cleveland, whether with Shedeur Sanders or Dylan Gabriel. But I still am not going to discount the fact that, again, it is Cleveland. I did not expect Cleveland to beat Green Bay. Ironically, they did. Now, could it be because it was more bad Green Bay because they shot themselves in the foot? Who knows? Do I expect Baltimore to win? Yes. But at the same time, we can't disregard Cleveland. Last year, Jameis Winston, or as you said, Martin Luther King Winston, the Lord will deliver me from them pick sixes. Ironically, outplayed Lamar and won. Now, do I see that happening again, especially with Dylan Gabriel? Hell no.
No.
But at the same time, I'm not going to discount it. The worst thing that you could do to your opponent is you underestimate them. Again, and look, you would know that because you underestimated Miami. You said, "Oh, we got this." So let's not discount Cleveland though.
But that's a completely different team, man. Baltimore is a completely different team than Atlanta. Completely different. They're not going to
because they have culture and they have structure.
Exactly, and that goes back to what I said earlier about coaching. They're not going to go out there and underestimate these guys. Look, and the thing is, if you need any more proof in the pudding that this Cleveland offense can't do anything, then look at what just happened. Myles Garrett had a historic game, and the game wasn't even close.
But I don't feel bad for him, champ. And I told you, that's what happens when you stay with the money. You've often told me the definition of insanity is doing something more than once and expecting a different result. Now, it's going to be hard to turn down that type of money, but at the same time, if you're Myles Garrett, you are now year 9 in your career. You've seen what the Cleveland Browns as an organization has done. You're going to go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame. You're not getting any younger. You still want to compete for a Super Bowl. Therefore, and before, you requested to be traded, but you decided to stay in Cleveland. So you made your bed, you lay in it. So I can't feel bad for Myles Garrett in that regard. But
Indeed not.
Not at all.
No, indeed not. But that is a very, very winnable game. On the flip side of that coin, when you look at Pittsburgh's schedule, next two games, gauntlet. You have the Chargers and you have the Colts.
that's a tough. Those are tough though.
And then you have the Cincinnati Bengals, still tough, but winnable. Then you have Chicago Bears. Then you have Buffalo, Baltimore, the Dolphins, then the Steelers, then the Browns, then the Ravens again. So versus the when you look at the contrast between that schedule, they have a definite chance in order to win this division. Because guess what? You got to take into account what these next two games are going to look like for Pittsburgh. It's very, very winnable. And look, I'm just going to say it. If I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm scared crapless. Because if this team comes back once again and reclaims your division after having a losing record, when you could have put everything out of reach at a certain point, then guess what? That may be it. And what did I say earlier before the season even started? If there was anybody that was capable of making Mike Tomlin lose his job, it would be Aaron Rodgers. It would be bringing him to town. And the thing is, because right now you're ahead of your division. Can you run the gauntlet? Can you beat Indianapolis? Can you beat the Los Angeles Chargers? Can you beat the teams you're supposed to beat? Can you not just be mediocre enough in order to get to the playoffs and lose in the first round? Can you even be mediocre enough at this point? Or is this defense gonna keep getting gashed? This is the most expensive defense in the league, and it's getting gashed every single game. They're giving up an average of over 25 points a game. It's getting gas. And unlike the Baltimore Ravens, they don't have the high-powered offense in order to compensate for it. They don't. So if I'm Mike Tomlin, I'm scared crapless because guess what? Lamar's back, and guess what? Your defense is not what you thought it was going to be. This very, very expensive defense is not what you thought it was going to be. And if you really want me to be honest with you, depending on how the stats roll in Lamar's favor, if he can put up a Joe Burrow type season that Joe put up last year, we may very well be talking about a lot of other conversations when it comes to the MVP. Because he's already 11th in the league in touchdown, and he's missed like 3 games.
But do you think they're going to give it to him?
If the stats are good enough, they can. If the stats are good enough, they can. If
the Baltimore Ravens run the table and Lamar Jackson just goes straight God mode.
Yeah, if he makes the playoff and let's say he has like 40 touchdowns, much like Joe Burrow did last year.
Honestly, champ, because we can't disregard Baker, and we'll talk about the MVP later on. We can't disregard Jonathan Taylor. We can't also disregard a quarterback that has continuously been disrespected, and that's one Jalen Hurts, because despite the circumstances or the situations, the Philadelphia Eagles, they're 15-2. I'm sorry, 6-2. I apologize. 6-2. And he has 15 touchdowns to 1 interception. I do believe that Lamar Jackson can make a case for the MVP, kind of like with Burrow with last year. And yes, you can argue that when the games were gone, when he was gone, how was Baltimore without him? Nowhere near. I mean, obviously they had Cooper Rush and they had Tyler Huntley, who was able to manage them to win a game against Chicago last week. But my thing is with Baltimore, you're not winning anything. I don't care about the MVP with Lamar. You're not getting anywhere with that defense. Now, these last 2 games against Chicago and Miami don't really impress me. Because Chicago, even with Ben Johnson in offense, what's been the problem? Caleb Williams, with the accuracy, the decisions, the stuff like that. Overall, he didn't play a good game against the Baltimore Ravens. I thought they were losers of the week, one of the losers of the week, because this is an opportunity for you to go 5-2 to go up against Baltimore with that lackluster defense and no Lamar Jackson, and you were still able to lose that game. Then on top of that, with Baltimore, can they win the division? Yes. But, champ, I can't put this all on the Pittsburgh Steelers with Aaron Rodgers. Their defense. If you look at their defense these last couple of games, they've been awful. You saw the Thursday night football game against the Cincinnati Bengals and what Joe Flacco did. And you saw what Jordan Love did. Matter of fact, Jordan Love is in the conversation for the MVP. And what was another X factor for the Packers Steelers game? One Christian Watson. And if Christian Watson can stay healthy, because that's been the problem with him, if he could stay healthy, he adds a different element to the team. You have Romeo Dodds. You have who's the tight end from the Green Bay Packers? I keep forgetting his game.
Tucker Kraft.
He had a hell of a game. He had a hell
That's
of a
a
game. And is he a top 5 tight end in the NFL?
He's playing the best tight end in the league right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Until Brock comes back.
No, Brock Purdy went healthy. I still believe George Kittle is still the best tight end, but Brock Purdy, in terms of explosion, overall eye test, I like. Yes. But, champ, with the Steelers, I can't necessarily put all this on Aaron Rodgers, even because at the same time, if you're Pittsburgh, you knew exactly what you were getting yourself into with Aaron Rodgers. But the defense, champ, that's been the problem with the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Yeah.
I really don't put a lot of this on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers has actually played pretty well this year.
Overall, he's played
good
solid
this year. He has. I'm not going to put much of it on him. It's the defense.
No,
it is the defense.
Is this. You don't have the high power. Look, when you have a garbage defense, you have to have the high-powered offense in order to compensate for that. The St. Louis Rams, back when they were on the greatest show on turf, they have that. The Baltimore Ravens, when Lamar Jackson is healthy, they have the capabilities of overcoming a bad defense. Even when you have Joe Flacco in there with the Cincinnati Bengals, they have the capability. Even with Joe Flacco, the Oldsmobile, what I like to call him, even when he's in there, they have the capability of overcoming a bad defense, getting out of there in the skin of their teeth and pulling out a win. The Pittsburgh Steelers are not scoring 35 points in order to compensate for their defense giving up 30.
I feel you on that, big fella, but here's the thing. What other quarterback were you going to get besides a 41-year-old Aaron Rodgers?
You could have
because
one. You had plenty.
Or you could have tried to convince Justin Fields to stay. You even said it yourself. He made a mistake going to the New York Jets, and that's so far proven to your point, especially with how the way Woody Johnson keeps running his mouth. And now next year, has he? By the way, did you read that article I sent you in terms of him increasing ticket prices for 2026?
Yeah, for what? What you want me to look? I'm not even finna get into what I would tell him. I would tell him to go jump smooth in the lake at this point. But the thing is, back to that. The thing is, you had an opportunity in the draft in order to trade up. You had an opportunity in order to get a Shedeur Sanders. Even if you were just going to sit him down and develop him to develop him for the long term. Because remember, when Big Ben first came in, you wasn't going to start Big Ben until Tommy Maddox got hurt.
Yes.
So the thing is, you had the capability in order to do some things. You just chose not to do it and hinged your bet on, okay, this defense has been historically great. TJ Watt has been historically great. We're going to put our bets on him, get us a reasonable quarterback, and we're going to try to see if we can do it from there. That's their mistake. Like I stated, you don't have the offense that is going to put you up 35 to 38 points a game to compensate for your defense giving up 30 a game. Right now, the Pittsburgh Steelers, with all of the superstar caliber players that they have on that defense, They have given up over 30 points, not one, not two, not three, but 4 times. The only time that they was able, and then they gave up 21 points with Carson Wentz at the helm.
But is that all that Aaron Rodgers?
No.
Or at the same time, is that also on Mike Tomlin because he is a former defensive coordinator before he became the head coach? And again, you talk about Mike Tomlin in terms of discipline. You talk about some of the players who've had attitude or behavioral problems. Is that not perhaps an indication or indictment on him? Because this is something that that he has allowed, he has continued, as well as the Steelers organization. So my thing is with Aaron Rodgers, look, I would love to blame Aaron Rodgers for a lot of things. As a person, I'm not the biggest Aaron Rodgers fan in the world. Y'all know that, champ. You know that. You're not a big Aaron Rodgers fan yourself. But at the same time, what am I supposed to expect from someone who's 41 years old, a few years ago, coming off an Achilles injury? And last year, they'll just look at the stats and the numbers and say, well, Aaron Rodgers, 28 touchdowns, 13 interceptions. Yeah, overall, if you look at the tape, he wasn't that good. We all know that. But at the same time, Pittsburgh, this is what happens when they decided to go with an older quarterback. Should they have went with a younger quarterback, champ? Yes. Should they have went with Shedeur Sanders? Yes. Although it'd be interesting to see how Aaron Rodgers and Shedeur Sanders, how the two of them would work as far as with the locker room. But hey, that's a story for another day. But the fact of the matter is,
it's just crazy that Steelers defense with TJ Watt and Alex Highsmith and Cam Hayward and Joey Porter Jr. and you brought in Jalen Ramsey. You have names on this defense, and to look the way they've looked.
Let's not forget Patrick Queen is on that team as well. They just
exactly.
And like I said, I'm not blaming it on Aaron Rodgers. I said if anybody had the capability, if anything had the capability of Mike Tomlin losing his job and bringing Aaron Rodgers to town, because they were not going to be able to put up the numbers that it took in order for them to win games long term. They don't have that defense no more that they did last year or even the year before in order to hold teams at bay for them to put up 24 points to get up out of there. And the thing is, you got to ask yourself as well, what about Arthur Smith? What is he doing about this as well? So there's a lot of factors on this team outside of Aaron Rodgers. But I knew the minute that they brought him in, although he's been a model citizen, this was probably the year that it was just going to be saying, hey, he might lose his job after this year. Because like I stated, if this was 2010 Aaron Rodgers,
no problem, because you get a 27, 28-year-old prime Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
Champ, if they were concerned about winning, still being interested in winning, they should have found a way to convince Justin Fields to play in Pittsburgh, because he was better last year in Pittsburgh than he was in New York, primarily due to the protection, the offensive line. You have been a strong advocate. Quarterback cannot throw behind his back. And normally a lot of dual threat quarterbacks have run into a lot of sacks and collision. Justin Fields is an example. But the thing is, champ, back to Baltimore. And I want to talk about Miami as well. I think with Baltimore, if Lamar could stay healthy and if the defense can improve, they have a chance to competing. But come postseason time, they know what's up. Matter of fact, Lamar has been talking about removing, the ping pong and all the other games they have at the Ravens facilities. Since they've done that, they've been 2-0. And because Lamar knows it's time, especially coming off that devastating playoff loss against the Buffalo Bills last year in the AFC divisional round. And of course, the year before that, the AFC championship game against Kansas City. He knows what's up. He knows the clock is ticking. He knows if he loses and if he doesn't capture a championship, despite all the accomplishments, that's going to be a stain on Lamar. And that's going to carry him until he's able to deliver a championship. For the Ravens, and shout out to my girl, Sydney. Sydney knows wrestling, man. She's a diehard Baltimore Ravens fan and knows her wrestling. And also, shout out to our beautiful friend Nessa. I know she's devastated from last night, but she was able to get the victory the week before against the Atlanta Falcons. But for Baltimore, if Lamar can stay healthy, because if you're telling me Cooper Rush and Tyler Huntley, no. And with Derrick Henry, when King Henry is running the ball like this, when the offense is just that loaded with Lamar, all my concern is with the defense. Zach Orr is going to have to do something. He's going to have to draw up a different scheme, different something for this Baltimore Ravens defense in order for them to go up against the top tier teams, the top tier offenses. But considering the games, the schedule that you mentioned, Champ, they have a chance.
Yes, indeed.
They still have a chance. But let's talk about the Miami Dolphins. It's been announced that Chris Grier, the GM, Miami Dolphins, they have parted ways. Mike McDaniel will remain the head coach for the season. Look, I've said it before, Champ. I'll say it again. They should have benched Tua Tagovailoa after that game against the Cleveland Browns and go forward with Quinn Ewers. Regardless if Quinn Ewers is the guy or not, don't care. You had to send a lesson to Tua Tagovailoa after what he did by throwing out his team under the bus. His play has not been good enough so far this season in order to justify his press conferences. I think with Mike McDaniel, I think at this point, the only reason why they're keeping him because they're in the mode of tanking. They don't care at this point. They might as well tank the rest of the season, try to get themselves a top pick and get a top quarterback, whether if it's Mendoza, the quarterback from Indiana, who's making a case for the Heisman Trophy, or Ty Simpson out of Alabama. I think they're more interested in getting a top draft pick and just shutting it down for the rest of the season because they know Tyreek Hill's out for the season. Their defense has not been good overall this season. If you look at Pro Football Reference, as far as with the Miami Dolphins, in terms of their defense, in team defense, they are 30th in the NFL. Only the Cincinnati Bengals and Dallas Cowboys have a worse team defense than the Miami Dolphins. In passing defense in the NFL, they are 22nd. In rushing defense in the NFL, the Miami Dolphins, they are dead last in the NFL in rushing defense. That is awful. And then on top of that, scoring defense, they are 27th in the NFL. And they also give up the 5th most points this season with 27. Only the Cincinnati Bengals, Dallas Cowboys, Tennessee Titans, and the New York Jets have given up more points per game than the Miami Dolphins. I think Chris Grier was the first step for cleaning up house. After this season, Mike McDaniel is going to be gone. He's either going to miss a year or he's going to be a commentator or he's going to be an offensive coordinator for the NFL or college football. It's going to take him some time in order for him to get back to where he left off. And as far as with Tua, no team is going to take him. No team is going to give up mad draft compensation for him because his play hasn't been good enough, not to mention his durability history, not to mention the fact that he can't win against top-tier teams. Yes, champ, you don't need to exaggerate, champ. We already know. We already know. You already got the Cartman hat for us. But bottom line, they need to clean up house. And who knows who's going to be the head coach. But a lot of changes have to be made in South Beach. So, champ, I'm going to let you go first. What's your thoughts on Miami?
Number one, for the people who are saying um that the first person who should have went was Mike McDaniels, here's what they're trying to avoid. They're trying to avoid being the Oakland Raiders or the Las Vegas Raiders or the Los Angeles Raiders or the Bosnia Raiders or whatever the hell they are today, if they even are. So they're trying to avoid being them. What do you mean by that, Undisputed? They're trying to prevent from bringing in an interim head coach, them reeling off a few games, and they getting false hope. No, you're laughing, but
Antonio Pierce.
I'm not laughing, Champ, with what you're saying. I think you're also laughing because didn't I send you a video regarding what Stephen A. Smith had to say?
I'm not gonna even acknowledge that because
Mike McDaniel is half black, stupid.
uh, again, I'm not finna even acknowledge that
That's
because
exactly why I'm laughing. Not
yeah,
because
I'm
of
not
what you
finna
said.
even I'm not gonna even acknowledge that because I will say this. I'm gonna be nice about it today. I'm not gonna be mean about it today. There's a time and place for everything, and that Stephen A was really not the time. It was really not the time again, and it'll be completely different if circumstances were different. But number one, you're gonna start at the top when you're cleaning house. Let's just be honest. The Las Vegas Raiders did the same thing when John Gruden and company came in and when they left. You're gonna start at the top first. As you saw, they got rid of Derek Carr, they got rid of John Gruden. Then it started at the top, then it worked its way on down. So stop playing cards where they don't need to be. Don't play the Joker in a game of spades when the game first starts. That's not the time to play the Joker. Stop doing that. I'm going to be nice about it today, but I digress. They're trying not to give their fan base false hope, and by having an interim coach come in, they reel off a couple of wins, and everybody in the fan base said that's the guy you're supposed to hire. And then the very next year it's a dud. For every Marty Schottenheimer that you have that has done that have become an interim coach and then came in and just reeled off a lot of wins, you have an Antonio Pierce and then you have a Mike Singletary. For every Marty Schottenheimer, there's those two guys. Keep it all the way a buck. When you can't coach, you can't coach. Some guys are just meant to be coordinators. That's evident. Josh McDaniels, he was the worst of the worst when he was at the Las Vegas Raiders. But look where he has Drake May right about now as his offensive coordinator. But I
Not to
digress.
mention Denver. But I
Exactly.
digress.
But yeah, they didn't want to.
I'm just laughing at BRF.
I don't think that was a bad idea. You're going to start from the top down. But Miami, look, man, you're a historic franchise, man. You're one of the franchises that you have a lot of history in this league. The league cannot be written without the Miami Dolphins. You can start from the undefeated season. You can start from Earl Moore to Bob Greasy to the the great Dan Marino, then the late great Don Shula. You can start from top to bottom. This franchise is a big integral part of the NFL. Y'all have got to start putting yourselves in better position in order to be a great team. You have the personnel outside of quarterback on the offensive side at least, where you had it until Tyreek got hurt. But you got to put yourself in better positions. Not only that, look, Miami, stop being so thirsty for a quarterback because you haven't had one since Dan Marino. Let's just keep it all the way above. You haven't had a quarterback since then. I understand that. But don't get so thirsty to have, we got a quarterback now. Let it play out. Because the thing is, everybody told your behind not to put your hand on that stove when it came to Tua turn the ball over and giving him a contract. Everybody told you not to put your hand on that doggone stove. But you put your hand on it anyway, you left it on there, and now you're wondering why your hand about to burn off. Everybody told you. And the thing is, even if Tua was playing decent, Everybody told you not to do it because of his health issues. You don't know when it's going to be that one hit. Remember, last year they were talking about the serious possibility of Tua retiring. They was asking him if he wanted to wear the Guardian helmet. And it wasn't like, y'all remember the Damar Hamlin hit. And it wasn't even one of these vicious type hits. It wasn't one of these Ray Lewis, I just got plowed. It was just one of those routine hits. And he went on the ground and he had a seizure. So even if you were not concerned about his play, you should have been concerned about his durability. He had one good season. One where he was fully healthy and was able to do, and you gave him $250 million because of one season. Not just that, not just Miami. There has to be some parameters about these quarterbacks and the money that they're getting. There has to be. You have to at least make 1 or 2 Pro Bowls, maybe even 3, before somebody hand you a $200 million contract from now on. There has to be some provisions made with that.
Big fella, I got a suggestion for you.
Yeah.
Do you think that the NFL should take a page out of the NBA's book and incorporate the Derrick Rose CBA? Because remember, Derrick Rose first 3 years, Rookie of the Year, second year All-Star, and then third year became the youngest ever to win the league MVP.
Absolutely, they should do that. Especially with the look, quarterback is not only the most important position on the field by conventional wisdom, I will say. I always will say the
Offensive line.
But by conventional wisdom, they are the most important. But they are the very position that can put you in cap hell based upon the premise of this. You're giving them money based on potential. No other position in this league gets paid more off potential than the quarterback position, because you're thinking about what they can be, not about what they are. If you played a lot of these guys because of what they are, then you will follow this Phil Simms model of things. Excuse me, Chris Simms. Remember what he said about his father, the great Phil Simms. He said, my father, who was a Super Bowl winner and a Super Bowl MVP in his heyday, he did not make more money than Lawrence Taylor. Why? Because he wasn't freaking Lawrence Taylor. Just because you have a quarterback on your team doesn't mean he should be the highest paid. There has to be some provisions on them getting a max contract. And if you're a quarterback that requires a crap ton of help, then guess what? You need a $90 million to $100 million contract so that these can be maneuvered. There has to be some more provisions. There has to be a provision saying if you want $250 million of money, worth of money, you need 2 Pro Bowls in your first couple of seasons. You got 5 years. You got a 5-year contract. You got a 5-year contract when you first coming out the gate. If they pick up your 5th-year option, you got 5 years. You make 2 Pro Bowls during that time, you're automatically eligible for a $250 million contract. If you make an All-Pro during that time, you're eligible for the Supermax, $300 million. There has to be some provision because there's just no way, or they need to make it where the quarterback's money doesn't apply to the books. Or they need to take another page, to your point, PSP, about the NBA. Have an amnesty clause so you can get rid of this guy and it not count on the books. It could just be on the back end somewhere.
Great way for you to save money, and not only that, your future. But with Miami, champ, I don't know what's going to happen. You know, they're going to definitely be in the discussion for one of the top 3, top 5 teams as far as with the NFL draft. I think it's fair to say that the New York Jets, despite the victory against the Cincinnati Bengals, they're probably going to be number 1 because, and shout out to Aaron Glenn for getting his first victory as a head coach. And more importantly than anything else, Jets are the winners of the week, I said, because I don't know if you saw it on the chat, champ, on your pod. Obviously, the devastating news of Nick Mangold passing away. Shout out to the great Nick Mangold. Shout out to his family and friends. But for Miami, champ, this is on them as an organization by making some of these moves. I mean, you look at Miami, just turmoil. I mean, obviously, you had over a decade ago. Remember the Bullygate situation with Johnny Flynn Martin, Richie Incognito. Then, all the other things. Okay, you didn't want to bring in Colin Kaepernick on the team because of the situation he had with the Cuban community by wearing a Fidel Castro T-shirt. But you bring in Jay Cutler, and we all know Jay Cutler when it comes to football or when it comes to things in general, don't give a damn. He's always given that impression. And then when you look at Miami, I feel bad for Nessa. I feel bad for Luis because South Beach, that's a big market. And they want their fans to be entertained other than the Miami Hurricanes and the Miami Heat, but also the Miami Dolphins. And it's just really disappointing. And I think then letting go of Chris Greer was a step. And then the next step is then for them to fire Mike McDaniel. And then what are they gonna do with Tua? You can't trade him. Nobody wants him. And even if you decide to trade him, you're not gonna get much for him. So unfortunately for me, you stuck. So, but this is on Miami. They made their bed, they lay in it. So I agree with everything that you said, champ. But I just think again, this is on Miami. And again, it always goes back to that 2020 draft. And look, champ, to your point, you talked about Brian Flores and how his coaching style. Perhaps that may have been the best way to get the players in terms of their potential. Now, sometimes I may not necessarily like it because I don't believe you should always yell or treat a player like bleep at times in order to get the most out of them. I believe there's a certain way that you should treat people the way you want to be treated. I believe there are other ways that you can communicate. But they made a mistake by taking Tua over Justin Herbert. Brian Flores saw that. So, BRF. Oh, I'm sorry, Chip. Is there anything you want to add before I give the floor to BRF?
Look, I'm gonna just be real. All of the stuff that you say, I agree with it. But look, if you have to have somebody climb in your behind because you're not doing your job, then hey, so be it. I'm
Well,
gonna
that's
just be real.
that's if you're not
Tua,
taking it seriously. If
yeah,
you're not
Tua,
taking it seriously, then to me, you have every right to get on that
yeah.
player.
If you look, I'm all for this. If I'm not doing my job and I'm not doing it to the best of my ability, I'm struggling and I'm putting my guys behind the eight ball, so to speak, you have every right to climb up in my behind. And I stand on that. But if I'm doing everything the right way, of course, I'm going to want a certain degree of respect for, a lot of mistakes. But I am making mistake after mistake after mistake. I can't stay healthy. I've lost my locker room. The players in my locker room do not respect me as the quarterback. The players do not, the owner and the coaches do not pick the quarterback. The players do. The players do. If any movie shows you that, it had to be Any Given Sunday because Willie Beeman was clearly the more talented player. But guess what? The locker room wanted Cap to be the quarterback. So that's the thing. So the thing is, it'll be a different thing if you had the players rallying around you, the coaches rallying around you, and things of that nature, saying that we know he can do better. It's just he's in a slump right about now. Yeah, but he's not. He's not any of that. And that's probably what Brian Flores saw in him in day one. You don't have the leadership capabilities that you need because the thing is, you can have all the talent in the world at the quarterback position. If you don't have the leadership capabilities, the ability to get these young men to rally around you and guys who have been in the league for years to say, this is our guy, then guess what? You don't have yourself nothing. And I'm pretty sure Brian Flores saw that. And that's probably why he was on his case every chance he got. Remember, look, iron sharpens iron. Do y'all remember? Look, if you don't believe that, look at what the legendary Mike Martz used to do to Kurt Warner all the time. Go back and look at it. It's all on a football life. I mean, Mike Martz used to ice grill. He used to torture. He used to torture Kurt Warner. Kurt Warner was on the phone with his wife every single night, talking about he was on this case. And I never forget, Mike Martz said it was one particular game, it was one particular practice where I knew he was going to do something special, even if he didn't do it on my team. He said the fumble was on the ground. The center clearly fumbled the ball. Kurt was in shotgun. He didn't even touch the ball. And he walked up to Kurt Warner and just lit it to him like a Christmas tree in December. And he never gave his center up. He said, yes, sir, that's my fault. I got to do a better call at Decatur. And then ran the next play. That's when he knew that Kurt was going to be something special. Your ability a lot of times is not the ability to do something when you're comfortable. Anybody can do it when it's comfortable. If I'm able to sit here and drink Starbucks all day and work, guess what? Anybody can do it. Then I'll be making hundreds of millions of dollars a year. But when you don't want to do something, when the iron is hot as hell and you don't want to touch that iron, but you still got to touch it because the sword fight is about to happen, that is the definition of a great quarterback. That is the definition. Iron sharpens iron. Like I said, Mike Martz literally lit into Kurt Warner every single day. Granted, and mind you, Kurt Warner wasn't even drafted in the first round. He was drafted. He was an undrafted free agent. He was an NFL Euro playing in the Arena League.
And let's not forget he was a bag cashier at a supermarket.
Exactly. So iron sharpens iron. So you being all sensitive and you can't handle the pressures of being a quarterback, how are you going to react to that pressure in the game? How? You can't. Iron sharpens iron. And if an undrafted free agent like Kurt Warner can handle that iron being sharpened and that iron being tossed on his behind all the time, and for somebody to bring out the best in you, then guess what? You don't deserve anything. All of that. And the thing is, all of that being soft, all of that, I have a guy who believes in me. You can't play for the guy who believes in you. You can't play for him. You're throwing 3 interceptions damn near every game. You're turning the ball over every time you touch it. They probably don't give you Barbie dolls because you might drop them. So what was the point of everybody going soft on him? Why? So you can make even more mistakes? No.
Well, I just think, Champ, they just did it because they decided to move on from Flores because, again, his relationship with Tua and how the way Tua didn't like it. But the thing is, when it comes down to the coach or the QB, who's going to go? Who's going to go?
Look, the only way I'm choosing a QB over my coach is if you have a player like John Elway.
I understand.
Like well, no, I'm just giving an example.
Go ahead.
Like John Elway or somebody like that, because we saw with the Tennessee Titans how they did with Vince Young, and they end up making the playoffs and going 13-3. So there's been a lot of cases where coaching was chosen over a player. The only way I'm choosing a player as far as on the NFL level is if they are a player the caliber of a John Elway, somebody who I know is generational. I'm not giving up my coach just because he's tough on you and you're the quarterback for Tua.
But that's the thing. But that's my point that I was also trying to make, Champ. Aaron Rodgers is not known for being the greatest teammate in the world. But the reason why he was overlooked for all of that is because of how great of a talent that he was. The greater the talent, the greater you produce, the tolerance level is so high. And because with Tua, look, they made a mistake. They should have moved on from Tua, given his durability issues, given how he's not that great with inclement weather or going up against top tier teams. Miami, they've done everything they can to accommodate for him. They feel like, look, we've done everything we can to accommodate you, and you still can't deliver us the goods. So at some point, it's on you. So Brian Flores, regardless for whatever reason, did I have a problem with him leaving Miami? No, not really, because if somebody had to go between him or Tua, who's gonna leave? You know, ownership for a fact, Champ, they were gonna lean on Tua. After all, this was really their decision to draft him instead of Flores. But fortunately for Tua, it was justified a couple of years ago with Mike McDaniel in 2022. Actually, Tua had a solid year in 2022. Had it not been for injury, he probably would have made the Pro Bowl. Did you know, Champ, in 2022, Lamar Justin Herbert, Tua got hurt. Tyler Huntley made the Pro Bowl that year.
Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah, and which is why I said, in order to get a max contract, you need to have at least two Pro Bowls under your belt because it ain't hard to make it.
But
It
no,
ain't
but
hard.
the only reason why Tua didn't make it because of the durability problems. Had he finished the rest of the season, champ, or if he played so outstanding that he was in the conversation for Offensive Player of the Year or MVP, champ, then he would have made the Pro Bowl. But the thing is, champ, I understand your point with Flores. Look, my thing is, look, I don't mind you coaching me, but at the same time, to Tua's point, he didn't like how the way Brian Flores looked down on him. He didn't like how the way Brian Flores treated him compared to Mike McDaniels. Whether I like it or not, at the end of the day, I don't have a problem with what Tua had to say. It's his opinion. He's giving you his experience, his perspective. I don't care what Luis or anyone else has to say, regardless if they're Dolphins fans or not. If we're gonna allow someone to be honest, be honest. But at the same time, with you, Tua, given the money that you're making, given all the things that Miami has done on their part to accommodate you, how does it help when you don't perform to the standard that you're supposed to? And then with the press conferences, how does that help Miami or yourself in general? It makes everyone look so horrible. And for Tua, I would just think, you know what, man? I don't know. I don't know which team out there that really is going to take a chance on Tua. At best case scenario, he's probably going to be a backup. As for Miami, you better lean on getting yourself a quarterback in next year's draft. Or if you're not sold on any of these quarterbacks outside of Mendoza or Ty Simpson, you might have to look at 2027. But BRF, I want to hear your thoughts about Miami.
Who Miami is one of the biggest examples of how quickly you can go from "Oh my gosh, we finally drafted our guy" to "Oh man, we drafted a quarter pack of ass." So yeah, definitely one of the best examples of that. But I mean, Tua's been a good quarterback. He hasn't been a great quarterback. He's put up solid. He's put up decent numbers. I mean, it's the inconsistency. It's the ability to stay healthy. Um, yeah, like we were seriously questioning whether this man needed to retire or not. They were talking about they were making him possibly wear the Guardian cap for next year because when you're hits like the way he was hit, the way he was taken, the more you take those hits, the more susceptible you become to receiving concussions and ultimately stunt your playing. So you definitely worry from that aspect. As far as just everything that's going on in Miami, as far as like personnel wise, everything, I feel like at this point, Mike McDaniel's just as good a lame duck coach. Is what he is. I think he's just finishing this. He's finishing the season out. Yeah, Chris Greer was definitely the first step in that because I feel like at this point you got to take out all the batteries that are making it go, and it's time. Those batteries are about dead. You got to get started. It's pretty much what it comes down to. Chris Greer, Mike Daniels, they're that battery. They're the batteries right now, and I think they're dying out. Chris Greer, I mean, as far as like some of the things he's done, I mean, all his stuff was hit or misses. I mean, he signed Tyreek Hill, and he got amazing production out of Tyreek Hill. You drafted Jalen. You drafted Chop Robinson, who surprisingly turned into one of the better defensive ends in football, and he was a project.
You
He was a
also got
project coming out of
Mostert
Penn
and
State.
A Chain.
Yeah, exactly. So it's not like everything's been hit or miss. It's just a matter of not having the right people up top. It's like and you kind of have to put this on Tua too for his inconsistencies. I feel like it's probably I would say after this season if I'm the Miami Dolphins, you blow it up and you start over. You look and see if they're going to be suitors for Tua Tagovailoa. Hell, you look at trading Tua, you look at trading Jalen Waddle. I mean, you might have to empty the clip. You might have to empty the deck here, and just start over and go from there. You just might have to. Um, Mike McDaniel came in, had a really solid first year. I mean, there wasn't a lot of like. I mean, he was already a good offensive coordinator. He was already a good play caller. But when you see him as a head coach and you see him from week to week, now you're kind of developed. Now you've seen him as a head coach. You're seeing his tendencies. You're seeing his strengths as a coach. You're seeing his weakness as a coach. And then once teams kind of got that jump on him, he came in the next year and was like, "Okay, we got some tape on your offense. We know what you like to do. We're gonna take it away." And Mike McDaniel hasn't been able to really adjust and get all the matchups back in his favor, and you kind of see it. And Tua Tagovailoa throwing interceptions left and right doesn't help at all. So I just feel like with the Miami Dolphins at this point, you just play it out. You're probably not going to win too many games this season. You're probably going to end up with anywhere between the top three, top five, six pick. You're going to end up there. Just I think once it gets to a point where they're just completely out of it, see what you got to Quinn Ewers at that point. If you're like if you're like 1-8, like if you're like 1-8, 1-9, and you're basically just all but done, go to Quinn Ewers. See what he has. There's no reason to play Tua Tagovailoa if you're 1-9, 1-10, and you know you're looking at the possibility that you're going to try to trade him in the offseason. There's no reason to damage your investment like that because there's going to be a team that's going to be willing to give you a considerable amount of draft capital, which is what you're going to ask for him. There's going to be a team out there that's going to be willing to give it to him. So Miami, they're a lame duck organization, and they have people stuck in all of the important places that they don't want. So you just have to you have to start over after 2025, and you look at everything. You look at the coach, you look at whatever staff changes you have to make, and then you continue to scout and you continue to find the best possible talent that maybe that'll get you back to at least a certain level of prominence in the next few years. But Miami's just in a really tough place, and it's crazy because I mean they basically played the game of their life
Did we lose BRF?
I think we did.
But hopefully we'll try to get BRF back. But anyway, champ. Again, I don't feel bad for Miami. They made the bed, they lay in it. This is, I mean, it's very disappointing for Miami because and for Tua fans because they've done their part. They got him Tyreek Hill from trading him to Kansas City. They drafted him Jalen Waddle. They brought in Mike McDaniel to help him out. They've surrounded him with A Chain. They even got Bradley Chubb from the Denver Broncos. So they've done their part by giving Tua some talent, and still in all, he can't deliver them the goods. So Miami, you're just gonna have to start back from scratch, unfortunately. So,
Yeah.
but let's talk about another Alabama quarterback, Jalen Hurts, champ. I mean, had a great game against the New York Giants. Didn't throw for 200 yards, but didn't need to. He had 179 yards, but he did have 4 touchdown passes in that game. Unfortunately for the rest of the football fans, Giants fans, Cam Scatterboo ended his season early, devastating, champ. You called it. He was the combination of both Christian McCaffrey and Mike Allstott. Um, Prayers for him. Wishing him a speedy recovery. Really devastating for the New York Giants, champ, because you lost Cam Scatterboo and you lost Malik Neighbors. This would have been a great rookie of the year campaign for either Cam or Jackson Dart. But Jalen Hurts, man, he's definitely has to be in the conversation for the MVP. If we're going to talk about Lamar, why not Jalen Hurts, champ? After all, he's had criticism. You know, they talk about, I mean, the tweet from AJ Brown. You know, if you look at Jalen Hurts' numbers, champ, 15 touchdowns, only 1 interception. He has a top 10 QBR in the NFL, completing a little over 70% of his passes. He's projected to throw for 3,564 yards, 32 touchdowns, only 2 interceptions. You've constantly talked about how running backs who've had historic years, 2,000-yard seasons. You've mentioned Jamal Lewis. You've mentioned Chris Johnson. You mentioned oh yeah, other running backs who've had Derrick Henry. Yes,
Yeah.
Derrick Henry, who've had 2,000-yard seasons. They haven't had a great following season. Jalen Hurts still finds a way to get the job done. Whether if it's pretty or good, he still finds a way to get the job done. But don't
Sorry
worry
about that, fellas.
don't worry about it, BRF. But we understand your point. We actually talking about the Eagles and Giants game. But BRF, I'll let you go first on this one. What were
Okay.
your thoughts on the Giants Eagles game? Unfortunately for all of us, the devastating news of Cam Scatterboo's injury. Jalen Hurts play. He was able to go that game without A.J. Brown, his top tier receiver. And do you think Jalen Hurts belongs in the MVP conversation? Because I definitely think so.
Jalen Hurts definitely belongs in the MVP race. I mean, just it's almost like the offense has kind of done a little bit of a 180 this year. Like last year, they were dominant as far as like the running game and Saquon Barkley and the play action. Going over the top to Devontae Smith and AJ Brown, and it's like they're letting Jalen Hurts run with it, and they've given him the reins, and he's done an amazing job. Um, I'm happy to see it because I think Jalen Hurts gets a pretty bad rap in the media as far as having this type. I mean, it's not his fault that he has the best front office in the league. It's not his fault. I mean, it's kind of like that old what the Bill Parcells. Bill Parcells. If I'm in the kitchen, if you want me to cook, you got to get me the groceries, and that's exactly what they've done for Jalen Hurts. So you can't knock him for what he's done with this talent. For playing with this talent, you can't knock him, and he's done an amazing job with the running game being a little down this year. He's done an amazing job to step his game up and really kind of leading this team and putting him on his back. So he's done an amazing job. Like as far as the Giants are concerned, Cam Scatterboo, that injury, man, that was tough. That was tough. That was tough because
Devastating.
it almost felt like the New York Giants was finally starting to get a little momentum. They were starting to get a little momentum built, and for that to happen like now it's unfortunate because now you have no Malik Neighbors, you have no Cam Scatterboo, you're two of the core three that you're going to look to build now with Jackson Dart and Scatterboo and Malik Neighbors. So now it's it's tough. It's tough for the Giants. The way they've played this year, though, I expect them to compete. I'm expecting them to hang around. I'm not expecting them to quit. But that game was just. It's kind of what I've been saying. The Philadelphia Eagles are still the most talented team in the league, in my opinion, because Saquon Barkley finally had that wake up game. I mean, that 65-yard touchdown run could have been the spark that sets him off for the rest of the season. And if you get him going, that Philly offense is going to be even more unstoppable. I mean, it's that pick your poison style of offense. You try to play 8 in the box to stop Saquon. You have to worry about Jalen Hurts going over the top to AJ Brown, Devontae Smith, Dallas Goedert. If you want to try to worry about Jalen Hurts and you want to worry about trying to take away the pass, Saquon Barkley is still arguably the best back in the league, and he can go for 150 yards in a game in his sleep. He's just that talented. So it's like I've said. I think the Philadelphia Eagles were posting a lot, and I think now we're getting into the late stretch. We're getting into the November part of the season, going into December. I think we're finally about to start seeing the Philadelphia Eagles do what they do. And I think this game against the Giants was the first step. because they needed a game like that against the Giants, especially with the way the Giants treated them early in the season, the way they did them early in the season. The Eagles needed that get back. So I feel like a game like that could set them up for the rest of the season, and we could see the Philadelphia Eagles really become the Philadelphia Eagles and take hold and show people why a lot of it, why I feel they're still the best team in the NFL, and why there are going to be a lot of people that feel they're still the best team in the NFL. They are the defending Super Bowl champions. To be the man, you got to beat the man. So I think that was the Philadelphia Eagles really taking that step forward back to being who we all feel like they are, which is the Super Bowl favorite, the favorite in the NFC. And I feel like now they're really about to start making the most noise, and they're about to go into scary hours, and they're about to put the entire league on notice. I think that's what that New York Giants game was. That was a statement to remind everybody what we can do when everybody's on their game. And Jalen Hurts, if Jalen Hurts is not in the MVP conversation, something is wrong with the media or anybody that's talking about him. Jalen Hurts has done a hell of a job carrying this team, waiting for Saquon Barkley to start playing like Saquon Barkley again. If all systems are go with the Philadelphia Eagles, they are right up there as far as being recognized as one of the scariest teams in football.
Champ?
If you really include his rushing touchdown, he has 20 touchdowns on the season.
Yes, 5. But what's more impressive is the passing, Champ, because last year he had 18 touchdowns last year. He has 15 and is projected to have 32.
Yes, indeed. I want him to win the MVP. I really would. I believe that if he wins the MVP on top of this team being a Super Bowl caliber team and they win it, I believe that will forever shut up everybody. I really believe it'll shut up all the criticism. It'll shut down everything, if you really want me to be honest with you. It'll shut down everything across the board. All the criticism, all of the, well, he just has a good offense, bro. Look, there's been players, a lot of players who have had great front offices, and we do not punish them for it. Peyton Manning had Bill Polian. You had you have Lamar Jackson. He has a hell of a general manager. You have a lot of great play. Not Peyton Man, excuse me. Tom Brady, Bill Belichick brought in a hell of a lot of great players to that Patriots organization. We cannot sit here and move the goalposts now because it's Jalen Hurts. And like I stated, it has nothing to do with a lot of other things other than, guess what? It's just not pretty. And that's just what it is. They don't like it because it's not 4,500 yards a season. It's, hey, I'm going to get the ball into the hands of my best players. And if that best player just so happens to be me, okay, cool. If it happens to be Saquon, okay, cool. If it happens to be A.J. Brown, okay, cool. That's how it is. I mean, people can call it game manager, people can call it whatever. Whatever wins games. And when people are going to say, well, winning is a team stat, okay. Well, who's held solely responsible if he doesn't win the game? The damn quarterback. Last I checked, they ain't never, even if a receiver dropped the pass, it ain't never went on that QB record. I understand the whole team's win game, but guess what? At the end of the day, they're gonna find a way to put it on that damn quarterback. And the thing is this: I'm glad that they got the offense clicking, and I'm glad that they showed that they can play a little bit without AJ Brown. Maybe maybe they might be better off without him. And people can say what they would like to say, but there is a such thing of addition by subtraction. There's a such thing as that because the thing is, where AJ Brown was in Tennessee, even when they was going to AFC Championship, he was complaining damn then. Now you at Philadelphia, you're winning. Now you complaining still.
You might as well trade him at this point, Chad, because if you're AJ Brown, what more do you have to prove? You've already won a Super Bowl. You've been to a couple of Super Bowls. You're a perennial Pro Bowl wide receiver. If you want to make a case for the Hall of Fame, okay, go somewhere else to play with a top tier quarterback. And I can understand why he was frustrated early on, Champ. Even though they're winning, he's not getting his targets. BRF agreed with me. Hey, you didn't trade him. just to pay him $30 million to be a decoy. You're paying him this amount of money to be a top tier receiver.
Yeah.
I can understand his frustrations here or there, but when it's constantly, when it's too much, that's the problem. Now, if he was frustrated a couple of times, I don't have a problem with that. But when it's becoming so blatant, then that's an issue. But as far as with how the way Jalen Hurts has handled it, Champ, what more could you ask from Jalen Hurts? Saquon is not having the type of season, as you've mentioned before, running backs who have had 2,000-yard seasons or historic seasons. You mentioned with Jamal Lewis or Christian McCaffrey or Derrick Henry or running backs, Chris Johnson. Running backs who've had 2,000-yard seasons, they have regressed the following year because it's so hard for them to pick up where they left off. Saquon is still capable of giving you 1,400 yards, at least 15 touchdowns, somewhere around that ballpark. But what I also love about it with Jalen Hurts, you're seeing what he was in 2022, 2023. 2022, by far, no matter he didn't win that Super Bowl, that was Jalen Hurts' best year. Had it not been for injury, we all agree, even though you could have made an argument for Mahomes because that was the first year with Tyreek Hill, Hurts could have won the league MVP.
Yeah.
Hurts has gotten better each and every year as a passer, as a leader. Have there been times with the tush push, Champ? I'll say this. I have no problem with the tush push, but there have been times. Did you see that tush push against the Giants? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Chip. I got to bring that up.
That pissed me off. That was a fumble. That pissed me off so bad.
Big fella,
Kayvon Thibodeau stripped that ball as clear as day, and they like forward progress. Man, bye.
Big fella, you can't even argue or dispute that. Hey, you've even said yourself, I have no problem with people calling out the tush push if it's false penalties or things of that nature.
I'm gonna just be real. That was a flat out. Oh man, look, y'all better hope the FBI wasn't watching on that damn play. Just being
Man,
real.
a sitting in the dark Stevie Wonder could have saw that was a fumble.
But yeah, you better hope the FBI was watching that one because damn, that had to be some stuff going on at FanDuel on that one.
But Jalen Hurts,
Boy.
Jalen Hurts, man, you just got to give it to him. He's gotten better, and plus, they've been struggling offensively because of Kevin Patola, the offensive coordinator.
Yeah,
To your point, Champ, he's worked with several different offensive coordinators, from Shane Steichen, Brian Johnson, Kellen Moore. So this is another offensive coordinator. Who knows? They're gonna fire another one and replace him with another one. Hopefully, this one could do a better job, just like what Shane Steichen did in 2022. But the thing is, Champ, you just got to give credit where credit is due with the Philadelphia Eagles and Jalen Hurts. Fortunately for them, they have a bye week. They got to get ready for Monday night. I think November. I got to read their schedule. They got November. Who the Eagles? I know they got the Green Bay on Monday Night Football. Is November the 10th. So that's going to be a big game because Philadelphia on the road against Green Bay, and we know how packed it is at Lambeau Field, especially around this time. So it's going to be interesting to see. But as far as with the MVP, I still lean towards Baker because again, Tampa is 6-2. Those game-winning drives, not to mention what he has done without all the top-tier talent that he has. But you can definitely make a case for Jalen Hurts. There's him. There's Baker. There's Jonathan Taylor. You have to throw in Jordan Love into the conversation with how well he's been playing so far this season. And you could add in Lamar. Unfortunately, I think for Lamar, they're going to hold the fact that he's missed some games this season. That's the only thing that they'll knock, that the media primarily will hold against Lamar Jackson. Now, if he puts up 40-something touchdowns to only 5 interceptions and shy of 4,000 yards, then you can make a very strong case for Lamar. But speaking of an MVP, Jonathan Taylor, boy, man, he is cooking, man. He leads the NFL in carries, rushing yards, and rushing TDs. He has 143 carries this season to 850 yards, 12 touchdowns this season. He leads those statistical categories. He is just, man, he's just that good, man. And by the way, he's from New Jersey, just like New Jersey Genius. Hey, New Jersey Genius. New Jersey. Don't sleep on Jersey when it comes to football. Even though there's Florida, there's Georgia, there's Texas, but New Jersey is known for producing good players, and he is definitely one of them. You look at the Indianapolis Colts, man. What more could you say? They are 7-1 this season. Shane Steichen has to be coach of the year. If you want to give it to Kyle Shanahan, I ain't got no problem with that. But they are 7-1. The resurrection of Daniel Jones, Jonathan Taylor. You can not only make a case for Offensive Player of the Year, but perhaps the league MVP. He is projected to have 1,806 yards to 26 touchdowns. As far as receiving touchdowns, he's projected to have 4. He would be 1 touchdown shy away of tying LaDainian Tomlinson's 2006 record for the most touchdowns, total touchdowns, by a running back. And that was also the year when LaDainian Tomlinson won the league MVP, and the Chargers, I believe, they went 14-2 that season under rest his soul, the head coach, the late Marty Schottenheimer.
Yes.
Champ, I think the only way that Jonathan Taylor could win the league MVP, he got to go over 2,000 yards. He's got to at least break one of the 2 records, either Eric Dickerson's record or LaDainian Tomlinson's record. And the Indianapolis Colts going somewhere around 14-3. And if he doesn't win the MVP, to your point, because you did mention this on your TikTok video, then the NFL at some point has to have a serious discussion about what's the criteria for a non-quarterback to win the MVP.
Mm-hmm. Right now, what's so funny about the MVP award? Even when guys go over 2,000 yards, most of them don't win the MVP.
Derrick Henry 2019.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Derrick Henry 2019, he didn't win it.
I'm sorry, 2020.
2020, he didn't win. You think about when you think about Chris Johnson, he went over 2,000 yards. He didn't win. Think about Jamal Lewis when he went over 2,000 yards. He didn't win it.
Saquon last year.
Saquon last year. He didn't win it. Out of 9 2,000-yard rushers, only 4 have won the MVP. And that is O.J. Simpson, Barry Sanders, Adrian Peterson, and Terrell Davis. Ironically, the person who holds the records for most rushing yards in the season did not win the MVP in 1984.
Wow.
Eric Dickerson has the single season rushing record that has stood for going on. It's quite ironic that he's on this historic pace. He's been the all-time single season rushing leader since 1984. This year will be the 41st anniversary of that season. This will be the 41st anniversary of that season. And he did not win the MVP during that season when he broke that record. Ironically, I don't really blame the voters because during that year, another historic year happened. Remember the Dan Marino year, 5,000 yards, 48 touchdowns happened that year. So you have to be damn near the model of perfection if you're going to be somebody outside of a quarterback winning an MVP. But I digress. He has to break the single season rushing record, and he has to break LaDainian Tomlinson's record. He has to break both. He has to break both in order to. He has to put up something so impressive that you just cannot turn your face away. And he has the capability of doing it because guess what, man? Look, this week coming up, rude awakening to start off. He has Pittsburgh. Pittsburgh ain't been doing good at the running or the passing as of late. Then he has my Falcons. Then he has the Chiefs. Then he has the Texans, Jaguars, Seahawks, Niners, Jaguars again, then the Texans. So he's capable of very much winning the rushing title. So, and I'm talking about and going for over 2,000 yards. I think that he has the capability of doing that considering the schedule that he has. He has to play the Jaguars twice. He has to play the Jaguars twice.
Or do you think he's capable of winning the MVP, champ? Because even if he go ahead.
He has to do something spectacular. He has to break the all-time, he has to break the single season rushing record, and he has to break LaDainian Thompson's record. If there isn't one, to your point, if he doesn't win the MVP, then there has to be a conversation had to say, hey, we need to bring the Emmitt Smith Award in, or either the Walter Payton Award, in order to say, hey, man, we just need to bring in the best running back award, or just make the Offensive Player of the Year the running back award. Because if you're not able to eclipse something and it be so, because although the thing is this, people are going to sit around here, well, you always know how naysayers are. They tacked on another game. They tacked on another game. If that was the case, everybody would be running for 2,000 yards. There's only been 9 throughout NFL history. 9. There was only one who rushed for 2,000 in a 14-game season.
Not only that, champ, also JSN, Jackson Smith Njigba, he may have a chance to not only surpass Calvin Johnson's record for the most receiving yards by an NFL wide receiver. He may go 2K. Yeah. And the Seattle Seahawks have a winning record. Yeah. So you could, if he doesn't win it, could you make a case Jerry Rice Award?
Yeah, you can make a case for the Jerry Rice Award. There needs to be, people can call it participation trophies or whatever, but there has to be something for these standout. You can't just keep giving it to these damn quarterbacks just because, well, they're the quarterback. I don't give a crap. If a guy has a spectacular season and you can see that he's the focal point of the offense, he's the focal point of what they're doing, and he's attributed to team success as well, that's who deserves the MVP.
And although you wouldn't have a problem with giving it to Baker.
No, I would not. Because he's carrying his team. If it passes the eye test and it passes the stat test, I have no problem with it. What happens is they get too caught up in trying to give it to just a quarterback. The year before, when Lamar won it, they should have gave it to Christian McCaffrey. They should have gave it to Christian McCaffrey's award.
The year in 2023.
I'd have gave it to Tyreek Hill.
Either him or Tyreek Hill. But instead, they wanted to give it to a quarterback. They gave it to Lamar Jackson, which I have no problem with. But if you want to go by stats, team success, those two were the guys who were supposed to win it. But instead, they're always going to find a way to give it to the quarterback. That goes back to what I said earlier. If Lamar Jackson can find a way to throw for over 40 touchdowns around this time, which is not impossible at this point. If he finds a way to score for like 40 touchdowns, they might find a way to get him the MVP. And like I stated, if that happens, there needs to be some talk behind it. Because like I stated, Jonathan Taylor has the capability of winning the MVP, but he's gonna have to break the single season rushing record, and he's gonna have to do something that we have never seen before. Never. And we may never see again.
It's going to be hard to do, but he's capable of doing it. BRF?
Jonathan Taylor is playing. I'm happy to see him playing the way he's playing because he's been fighting a lot of injuries the past couple of years or so. So to kind of see him back fully at 100% doing his thing, I'm happy for him. Because he is that good of a running back. He does everything well. Like as much as being a Falcons fan, as much as we brag about Bijan and how good he is, Jonathan Taylor right now has been playing better, more consistent ball. When you look at the last two games Bijan's play and you look at Jonathan Taylor and the level of consistency that he's been able to maintain all year for the Indianapolis Colts, he's definitely offensive player of the year in my opinion right now. And he definitely deserves to be one of the skill position players involved in MVP talks. I mean, like 850 yards, 12 touchdowns already. And I think it's just, and I also think it's just a matter of where the Colts end up record wise, because he's the focal point, because he is the focal point of that offense. And the Indianapolis Colts are what 7-1, 6-2.
Yes.
So it's like
7-1.
the Colts are 7-1. So they are playing amazing football as a team, but he's at the focal point. He's at the front of that. So I know we're saying like to win the MVP, he needs to like break the single season yardage record. He needs to break LT's rushing his touchdown record. I look at it like this. If the Indianapolis Colts go say 13-4, 14-3, and there's not like a definitive quarterback that really takes control of the MVP award, Jonathan Taylor goes for like anywhere between 16 to 1,800 yards, and he goes well over 20 touchdowns, it would be hard pressed not to give him the MVP award if a quarterback doesn't run away with this award, because it's the value he's brought to the Indianapolis Colts team in terms of his, not only his numbers, but his team's record and him being the focal point of the offense. So I think we have to take into consideration the potential of the Indianapolis Colts and where they end up at the end of the 2025 season, and how his play correlates with how good they end up doing. So Jonathan Taylor, I strongly believe, has a very good chance to win the NFL Most Valuable Player Award. The main thing is which quarterback is going to really separate themselves to keep a skill position player to be in serious talks to win it. Because you have Baker, you have Sam Darnold, you have Matthew Stafford, you have his teammate in Daniel Jones, you have Jalen Hurts.
Jordan Love.
In my opinion, you have and you got to throw Jordan Love in there now the way he's playing. So for me, those are the top 6 guys in terms of quarterback play who you need to be talking about for the league's Most Valuable Player Award. But I feel like also with Jonathan Taylor, it's his ability to do everything. See, it's not just his ability to run the ball out the backfield. We forget Jonathan Taylor is very good as a receiver as well. Very good as a receiver as well. So eventually, once everything starts adding up, we're going to have to look at his all-purpose yardage as well. Because if he's hitting 2K in all-purpose yardage, and let's say he ends up between 23, 26, 27 touchdowns all-purpose, and we don't have that definitive quarterback saying, oh, he's got it, Jonathan Taylor could really sneak in there and really sneak an MVP award away, depending on what everybody else does. Because I feel like at this trajectory, he's winning the NFL Offensive Player of the Year. But now you have to look at the Indianapolis Colts and their team performance and how he contributes to them winning games. He puts up those type of numbers and they go 13-4, 14-3. I wouldn't have a problem giving him the MVP award, because it's what his play is correlating with his team's record.
I'm just afraid he may not get it unless he does one of those two things or both, to my point and Champ's point. And I just hate at some point in time, Champ, to your point, we really got to do a best running back award. They're going to have to try to incorporate things like the NBA is doing as far as like with the awards and stuff. So that's how I think it'll make it more fair, more legitimate for the other non-quarterback positions. But yeah, Jonathan Taylor, you can definitely make a case for the MVP. Right now for the MVP, Champ, I'd probably go Baker 1. If you have to give it to a QB, I'll go Baker because of what he's been able to do this season, despite all the injuries Tampa has had. They're 6-2. You can, and if you don't want to go Baker early on, you wanted to go with Dak Prescott, but unfortunately, I don't think Dak, because of the game against the Denver Broncos, and because of that bad game early on against the Chicago Bears. Okay, how much stock does he have for the MVP? Okay, do you want to go with Jordan Love? You want to go with Jalen Hurts? Even though Jalen Hurts, they're going to look at how things went against Denver and how things went for you Thursday night against the New York Giants. So they're going to hold that against them. You could also say the same thing with Baker because of that game against the Detroit Lions Monday Night Football, in which the Detroit Lions, shout out to Calvin Shepard, did a great job. The Lions secondary that was decimated, and they held Tampa to just 9 points. So anytime when you do something like that, more times than not, you're going to win. But undisputed world champ, we got to talk about the Cowboys just for a little bit, not a lot, because we got a lot more to talk. You picked the Dallas Cowboys to beat the Denver Broncos. The great Mama PSP even had to text you and told you, hey, you should have went with the New Jersey genius PSP. But she understood like I understood. You only did it because of obviously your love for Mama Champ, because we all know Mama Champ is a diehard Dallas Cowboys fan. But she has to be, to say the least, upset that day when y'all lost. Even though it was like 20-something, 40-something, it was really more 44-17 Denver. Dallas's defense is terrible.
Defense is terrible, and Dak has to play better moving forward. So that's all I got on that situation.
I told you, champ, the reason why I picked Denver, they've owned the Cowboys since Dak has been the QB. You remember 2017, the second year? They blown them down at Mile High. Ezekiel Elliott, 9 carries, 8 yards in that game. Statistically, the worst game of his career. Then 2021, they beat Dallas at Dallas. Even though the score was 30-16, it was really more 30-0. And that was with Teddy Bridgewater at quarterback.
Yep. But, hey, got to play better. Got to cut down on turnovers. Got to make sure that you keep don't put the ball on the ground. That's all I got to say about that.
But the thing is, champ, you're not going anywhere with that defense, man. Dak, he deserves blame, but I don't want to put too much on him because for the most part, he has played well this season. We can honestly say that. But with that defense, champ, it is just that bad, man. I cannot put it into context, man. I mean, they can't stop the pass. They can't stop the run. They have to fire Matt Eberflus after this season.
Yeah, but like I said, and I don't mean to keep regurgitating the same information, but they need a pass rusher, they need a run stopper, they need a lot of things. Don't be surprised if they put themselves in the folder for a pass rusher. You saw
What
they tried to call.
You think they're gonna get Max Crosby or Myles Garrett?
No, I don't think they'll get those two, but they're putting themselves into a position probably to get probably a Trey Hendricks or somebody like that. Like I stated, I wouldn't be opposed to going to the free agency pool and see, exactly what happened in that Las Vegas Raiders locker room, and seeing what really went on with that Christian Wilkins situation to see how that can be unvolatile or volatile to a locker room. Because hey, we see him take chances on offensive or defensive tackles before. Remember, he took that big chance on Tank Johnson to bring him to Dallas. So it won't be the first time you take a big risk on a problem child at the defensive tackle position. But got to get better, got to do some things better than what you're doing now, because you get worse. And when the offense suffers and defense already bad, it's gonna be bad, unfortunately. So yeah, Dallas, you got to get it together, man.
All right. Now let's get into our NFL picks. Bears at Bengals. Bears are 2.5-point favorites.
I'll take the Bengals.
I'm gonna go with Bears.
Uh,
Vikings at Lions. Detroit is a the 9.5-point favorite. JJ McCarthy will be back. Carson Wentz will be out for the remainder of the season. Fair to say, Lions, board unanimous.
The board is unanimous, Your Honor.
Panthers at Packers. Green Bay is a 13.5-point favorite.
Green Bay and Tucker Craft will have 150 yards receiving that game.
I'll go buck 70. Chargers at Titans.
Chargers and Justin Herbert will throw for 4 touchdowns.
I agree. Atlanta, New England.
New England.
Forever I love Atlanta.
No, Drake May will throw for 4 touchdowns against that Atlanta defense.
You're not picking Atlanta?
No.
I'm picking Atlanta.
We're playing in Gillette Stadium. You're a long way from home, and guess what? You got to get. Look, every week I've been picking you. You've been letting me down. So I'm gonna pick New England simply because they have a very, very good and complete team. They still got to get the running game together, but Drake May has the capability. If they came up, because I really think that they're going to make the same mistake that they did last week. They're going to come out here and they're going to play that predictable offense, and they're going to keep the defense on the field too long, and Drake May is going to frost them. So, hey, man, I still love Atlanta, but I got to be a realist at this point, man. New England going to take it. Drake May is the truth. And after this game, we're probably in trouble.
All right. I'm going to roll with Atlanta on this one. Niners, Giants.
Bang, bang, Niner game.
I'm going to go with New York for the upset.
Nice.
Colts at Steelers.
The Colts. Jonathan goes for over 200 yards.
All right. Let's look at the next prediction. Broncos at Texans. Says here Houston is a 1.5-point favorite. Patrick Surtain, he injured his shoulder, I believe, against Dallas. I don't believe he's going to play. Nico Collins, they're bringing back some of their old players back, champ, the Houston Texans.
I'm still going to take Denver 17-14.
I'll go with Denver 2017. Jaguars at Raiders.
Travis Hunter, man, hey, he on IR at this point, but
yes.
I don't have no faith in Oakland. Well, Los Angeles. Well, Las Vegas. Well, Portland. Toronto. Whatever they is right about now, but have no faith in them. Jacksonville gonna take it, and if they don't take it, they're in trouble as well.
Obviously, I'm not gonna waste your time with that one. I'm gonna go with Raiders, but I'm not gonna waste your time with this pick. Saints at Rams. Obviously, Rams.
Rams. The board is unanimous, Your Honor.
America's Game of the Week: Chiefs at Bills. Kansas City is a 1.5-point favorite. I'm probably gonna lean Kansas City. Unless James Cook cooks, Josh Allen doesn't commit turnovers, and how is Buffalo's rushing defense going to do? Because they've struggled.
Let James Cook. I'm going to go with James Cook and the Buffalo Bills.
All right. Sunday Night Football, Seahawks at Commanders. Seahawks are 2.5-point favorites. Jaden Daniels is expected to play. I'll go with the Seahawks.
Commando, just like John Doe.
Why are you picking the Commanders? Because you do realize Jackson Smith-Njigba is going to torch that secondary.
I still got a lot. Jaden Daniels is playing, so he's gonna be able to put up some points in order to match him at this point. So
okay. And obviously, Monday Night Football, Cardinals at Cowboys. Dallas is a 3.5-point favorite.
Dallas must win.
Dallas. I was leaning towards Arizona. I wouldn't be surprised if Arizona wins. Because of how awful their defense has been. And Jacoby Brissett, to his credit, since he took over for Kyler, he's been playing pretty well.
Basically.
All right, champ. Let's get into some football, but college football. Brian Kelly, after that game against Texas A&M, after a 34-14 record since he became the head coach in 2020, 2021. He is fired after 4 years. What was it now? 4 years, 5 years at LSU.
Mm-hmm.
He's fired with a 34-14 in record. The buyout, it was reduced. It went from 54 million to now 27 million. Look, obviously it's no surprise Brian Kelly was fired. He just couldn't get the job done. He was supposed to help deliver the goods for LSU to at least get them to the college football playoffs, at least a national championship appearance. And his successor, Marcus Freeman, although he has not won a national championship, at least he's done something with Notre Dame by getting to the college football playoffs and going to a national championship game. A lot of LSU fans are kind of happy. That felt like Brian Kelly wasn't their type of guy, especially when he had that fake Southern accent. I mean, come on, champ. Even you, a Southern guy yourself, even thought his Southern accent was horrendous.
Nobody likes a phony, number one, and you can always tell that there was a grudging process in Louisiana, in the state of Louisiana, and Brian Kelly. Remember one of his first press conferences, he was talking, and one of the women reporters said, "Well, why don't you win then?"
And
Now
he got
remember that?
into an attitude with the
Yeah, he got
female
an
reporter
attitude with
when
it.
the
There was
female
always
reporter was asking a legit question.
yeah. So yeah, there was always a grudging process between them. And look, man, LSU, even if it is for a year or two, they're used to winning championships. From Nick Saban to Les Miles to Coach O himself. So they're used to being in contention and winning national championships. And now that the college football playoff is here, bowl games don't mean much. They're pretty much participation trophies at this point. They're pretty much participation trophies at this point. Don't be surprised if one day we see a 16-team playoff and we no longer see bowl games. Don't be surprised if that happens because nobody's watching these bowl games. Nobody's paying attention to them. There used to be a time where if the Music City Bowl game was playing and they said a top 25 team was playing, you pay attention.
I think the only time, champ, they only pay attention to the bowl games because top prospects heading into
Yeah.
the NFL draft, they're more interested in. But nobody really pays that much to
And
the
these
bowl
guys
games,
and the guys are opting out of the bowl games. It's like I'm not playing this stuff, so I can
right? To
get hurt.
which, but again, champ, he came up short of expectations. And look, you saw James Franklin, he got fired after over a decade at Penn State.
Mike Gundy.
Billy Napier.
Yeah. It,
So at some point in time, you're gonna lose your luck. And LSU, they decide to let him go. And plus, have you heard like some of the players in the past who have said negative things about Brian Kelly?
yeah. In particular, Kyron Lace's father, uh, who said, he never called them. Remember the young man, I forget his name, that was in the accident, very, very bad accident that ended up on the pivot, who is been very is you get what I'm saying. So he was on the
I
pivot.
get, and
And
also Andrew Whitworth.
yeah. So yeah, I'm gonna just be real. Brian Kelly, he should have stayed at Notre Dame. Should have stayed at Notre Dame. He is a prime example of what happens when you try to put the cherry on top of your career and you're just not that guy. You're not that guy. And the thing is, you took them to you took Notre Dame to a few college football playoff games. Good job, but you was not able to seal the deal. Now you're seeing that Notre Dame is a powerhouse without you, and you pretty much wasted two potential NFL quarterbacks' careers at LSU. Jaden Daniels should have been contending for a national championship, not just winning a Heisman. You had two Pro Bowl caliber wide receivers there. You had him, you had Jaden Daniels, Malik Neighbors, and
Brian
Brian Thomas. And you had
Brian
Kyron Lewis.
Thomas. Mm-hmm.
That's championship. Any other team, any other coach, national championship expectation. Then you had Britton, I can't say his last name, saved my life. Britt Musburger,
Who?
the LSU quarterback.
No, you said it right.
I said it right. Okay, cool. But
Brett
Musburger.
Zach Mustenberger.
Mustenberger.
He used to play with your Georgia Bulldogs as well, champ.
Yeah, you had him. He's projected to go at least in the top 5. He was projected to be a Heisman candidate this year. His career, no. So you came into there with all of this rah-rah mentality, and you didn't deliver the good. LSU is used to national championship. Like I stated, Nick Saban, Les Miles, Coach O. And you're wide receiver you. And you've had 2 high-caliber quarterbacks your past 4 years. You haven't been able to do anything? Nothing. So,
except
of course, you're going to get
34-40. Yeah.
You're going to. And the thing is, last couple of years, you had even more of a better opportunity to do something because SEC hasn't been as good as it once was. Up until this year, the last 2 years when the Big Ten was winning the national championship, SEC wasn't the SEC anymore. When you think about Alabama, they wasn't what they was at one point. You think about my Georgia Bulldogs, they, Carson Beck, we was dropping passes all over the place. We wasn't what we were supposed to be. The only team that was really something during these past few years was Texas. And you still couldn't capitalize.
The only team in the SEC champ that's been mostly consistent the past few years was your Bulldogs.
Yeah.
Because at least they were able to win a couple of national championships, at least get to the college football playoff, at least been to SEC championships. But the thing is with Brian Kelly, with the 34-14 record, 19-10 record, I do believe he'll still be a head coach in college football.
No doubt about it.
No doubt about it. But the question is, who's going to be the head coach? Who's going to be the replacement? And by the way, did you hear what Ryan Clark had to say on First Take regarding the LSU thing?
Oh, yeah, we'll save it for another day. But yeah, because Fly J. Johnson spoke on that as well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I mean, enough. I'm going to say something without saying it. That's enough. Y'all have milked this damn thing dry. That's enough. You're quick to say leave politics out of sports, but yet every time you look around, you want to inject yourself into sport. Okay? So if you're going to tell everybody else to keep politics out of sports, then keep that same energy when you open your fat mouths and start talking about politics when it comes to sports. And want to put statues on campuses. We understand what he meant to a lot of people. We understand. I understand. May not agree with him, but I get it. But enough is enough. Enough is enough.
For those who may not know what exactly what Champ is referring to, just for context, Ryan Clark, he publicly condemned and blasted Jeff Landry over LSU football and regarding the statue of Charlie Kirk.
Again, if you want to put it, so Again, stop trying to put statues at football stadiums because you want political agendas to be pushed. But when football players or anybody else in relation to football make political statements, you want to say keep politics out of football. I have no problem with someone saying keep politics out of sports. It doesn't belong there. I have no problem with you saying that. But keep that same energy when it's somebody who you agree with. I'm not going
I
to
have no
tell
pro-
people, I'm not going to tell somebody keep steak out of the damn refrigerator, but then when I bring it, then all of a sudden we want to have a then all of a sudden we want to have a barbecue. Again, if you're gonna say keep politics out of sports, keep it all the way out. Stop trying to
but
bring it in just because when it's convenient and your little feelings gets into it and you want to bring statues out. Like I stated, again, if you're gonna say keep politics out of sports,
be
keep the
consistent.
same energy around the board. I'm not telling you that you can't build a statue. I'm not saying that. But guess what? It shouldn't be every time you look around. People have to talk about politics because guess what? And people have to, well, I would say this, people have to dance around what their beliefs are as far as politics are concerned. But then when somebody else says, well, we should do this, then all of a sudden it's, well, no. If you're going to say keep politics out of sports, keep it all the way out. That's all.
But
Like I say, keep the same energy across the board. I cannot say keep steak out of my refrigerator, but then I want to come in there and have a barbecue every Saturday and put steaks on the grill.
But you know how they
It's,
are, big fella. They pick and choose, unfortunately, because we've had conversations like this, and and look, on behalf of the Sports PSP podcast, we're not going to shy away from these types of conversations.
yeah,
Look, we had conversations about Bad Bunny
yeah.
performing in the Super Bowl. None of us had a problem with Bad Bunny performing in the Super Bowl because
Again,
obviously he draws money, ratings, attention. But you don't want him on because obviously his position, how he feels about President Trump, how you say, well, he's from Puerto Rico, when again, it's from the United States, it's part of the U.S. territory, folks. Okay. Kind of like Stephen A. Smith made the mistake about Mike McDaniel. Yes, people, Mike McDaniel is black. But the thing is, champ, if you say you're going to keep politics out of sports, why in the hell do you want to do a statue of Charlie Kirk given the things that he has said, his bigotry, his racism and stuff? So that tells me, hey, that's how you feel, that's how you support, you agree with his viewpoints and standpoints. That tells me, hey, I know who you are, but stop telling us to shut up and play, or stop telling us to just stick to politics. Because when someone from Ryan Clark, who is an alma mater of LSU, is voicing his opinions regarding this, I have no problem with what Ryan Clark had to say, champ, as well as you. Because again, it's the blatant hypocrisy that I have a problem with.
again, now I'm gonna say it without saying it. If you're gonna say keep politics out of sports, keep it all the way out. I understand what someone may have meant to you. But in the great words of Public Enemy, Elvis was a hero to most, but he never meant nothing to me.
Or or Tupac's rhyme and Me Against the World, politics and hypocrites, they don't want to listen.
Again, if you're gonna say keep politics out of sports, keep it all the way out. Scurry along. And maybe these athletes, if you kept your views out of sports, then guess what? Maybe these athletes to keep theirs out. But until you do, then guess what? I want you to do whatever. I want these athletes to say whatever they would like in order to voice their opinion. And I don't want to hear anybody tell them to shut up and dribble or anything like that. Because the thing is, it seems like to me, whenever it's comfortable, you want to start spewing it in sports. But whenever it's uncomfortable, all of a sudden your asses want to call it woke all of a sudden. I'm noticing patterns. See, I'm not a man of, certain things. I'm a man of patterns. And I recognize every pattern. I recognize every single pattern. See, the thing is, you want to tell sports, oh, it's woke. Oh my God. But whenever you agree with something, you want to say, well, I don't want to hear it. If you're going to say keep politics out of sports, keep it all the way out. Keep it out. And that way, we can tell the football players or whoever want to voice their opinion, we can tell them to keep the same energy. But the thing is, I don't want to see no hypocrisy across the board. If you want to keep politics out of sports, keep it out. That's fine. I have no problem with you saying that. But let's keep the same energy across the board. I don't want to see no deficiencies. If you're going to tell me to stay out the kitchen when mama cooking, then guess what? You stay out the damn kitchen when mama cooking. I don't want to see you in mama's pot lifting up the lid, trying to take a piece of ham out the cabbage. Let's keep that same energy. Like I said, I get it. I get it. But the thing is, all of this stuff that we're doing right about now it's getting ridiculous. And it's like, if you're gonna sit around here and say keep politics out of sports, keep the same energy across the boards. That's all I ask. I'm not a big fan of double standards, and I'm not a big fan of bad patterns. If you're gonna keep a pattern, if you're gonna have a pattern, then keep it the same. You can't have plaids on one spectrum and then want to have stripes on the other. Again, keep the same energy, or else STFU when an athlete or anybody else gives their opinion about it. You can't sit around here and want to give your opinion about something, and then when Ryan Carter, Fly J. Johnson says something, all of a sudden it's an uproar, it's backlash. No, you want to put yourself, look, if you want to put politics in sports business, no problem. But don't be surprised when those sports stars turn right back around and put themselves in political business.
Because obviously times have changed. Because
obviously you put yourself in that position. Keep the same energy across the board.
And don't expect
politics don't belong in sports. You don't want sports to be woke. You don't want sports to be woke because you're so damn uncomfortable. If you don't want that, then keep it out.
Well, champ, as I always say, I'd rather be woke than guess what?
A joke. And again, like I said,
when you see the people, they're reacting, the double standards, the hypocrisy, there's no other way to put it. And look, man, if you, to your point, champ, I don't want you to say it because you already said at least 6-7 times. I don't want you to sound angry or aggravated. If you're gonna tell us to keep politics out of sports, or for us not to have discussions about sports, then stop trying to incorporate politics. And by the way, politics have always been a part of sports. That's inevitable.
Stadiums are built with our money.
How do you think a lot of things were built? Not just stadiums.
Stadiums are built with tax dollars, whether that be from hotels, whether that be from lottery money, whether it's built from tax dollars. It's public money. It's public money that has impact on the economy. And guess what? Since we want to talk politics, the thing is this: the Kansas City Chiefs, the most popular team in the NFL, by the way, they're in danger of moving out of Kansas City. Why? Because the voters don't want to vote in order to give them a new darn stadium. Politics and sports go hand in hand. We just can't pick and choose when we wanted to be in there. But
as long as my politics, as long as you align with yours, have had it. And that's the thing. I don't agree. I certainly don't agree with them commemorating, having a statue for Charlie Kirk, because how I feel about Charlie Kirk, the human being. I don't think that's someone that should be commemorated or celebrated even after his death. But my thing is, champ, the blatant hypocrisy. That is the problem that I have. I'd rather be woke than to be a joke. And speaking of Brian Kelly, no, you ain't got to say it anymore, champ. I don't want you to get any aggravated. You already said it enough. I'm trying to save you from yourself now. But speaking of with Brian Kelly, I have no problem with him being fired because he didn't live up to the LSU standards or the expectations. He had to be let go. He knew what was at stake. And when you hear the reports about former players and people who've been around him, that isn't enough for us as LSU to say, you know what, we're going to keep him. Because what's the point of keeping him and still we get these types of results and no championships and no college football playoff appearances to go along with it? Out you go.
Yep. All on hey, don't let the door hit you with a good Lord split you. So
All right, big fella, let's move on to basketball a little bit. Michael Jordan he of course NBA on NBC. He has his Tuesday segments of NJ Insights. He was asked a question by Mike Tirico about load management. This is what he said about load management. Well, it shouldn't be needed first and foremost. I never want to miss a game because it was an opportunity to prove. It was something that I felt like the fans are there that watch me play. I want to impress that guy way up on top who probably worked his butt off to get a ticket or to get money to buy the ticket. And one of the games that Jordan highlighted in which he wasn't at his best in terms of physically was the flu game back in 1997 in the NBA Finals. And how in that game, Jordan was able to score 38.7 rebounds and 5 assists, move on to game 6 at Chicago, and then clinch the series. Champ, I don't have a problem with Jordan, what he had to say, because obviously Jordan is old school. Jordan has an old school mentality. Jordan loves to prove people wrong. That's what's so great about Michael, because regardless of the circumstances, if you challenge him or question him, Michael is the type of person that loves to prove you wrong. So honestly, I don't really have a problem with it. And you saw it on full display on the Last Dance documentary, in which when she took a lot of things personally. Remember how George Karl in the 1996 NBA Finals, how Ahmad Rashad and Michael Jordan were there, and he walked right past Michael, and Michael basically felt that was a crock of shit? Or other examples on what of what people have said about him that was detailed in the documentary. You know how Jerry Krause, rest his soul, how he said players don't win championships, organizations do.
yeah.
Jordan took offense to it in terms of his approach, in terms of how he prepared. And look, I don't have a problem with it because I feel like as players, unless you have a serious injury, I feel like you should be able to play, because it's not often that the fans get an opportunity to see you play every single day. They spend their hard-earned money. They should get what they paid for. Your thoughts?
What's so funny about that? One of your favorite players said the same thing, Allen Iverson.
He did.
Yeah, he said the same thing. He said if Larry Brown would have came to me talking about load management, I'm looking at that as more of a suspension rather than load management.
Even the great Kobe Bryant even talked about he was against load management.
Yeah. Look, it's not like the old days, to be honest with you. They try to limit the players going back to back games. There's always, there's a certain amount of days that they go from playing game to game. There used to be where they used to play back to back to back to back, but they don't anymore. They have put a lot of restrictions on practices and things of that nature. You should play. Unless you're absolutely hurt, then load management. Look, the rating there's a correlation between load management and the ratings being down. There's a correlation between that. You want to sit down and wonder why the ratings down, then guess what? You're part of the problem. And I know people are going to sit around here and say, that's the old man, get off my lawn. No. Guess what? That's what you get paid to do. You think I'm going to just be real. You think I want to go to work every single day? Look, I'm going to just be real. When I was a boxer, when I was in the amateurs, trying to go pro, there were some days I couldn't even get up and I could barely walk to work. And I worked in a warehouse. And if anybody who worked in manufacturing in a warehouse know how hard that can be, I still had to go to work. I mean, and the thing is, players back then prided them. And the game is a lot less physical than it was when Michael Jordan was playing. It was a lot less physical. There's no more handshake. There's no more, bad boy pistol type of basketball. There's
The
no more.
Jordan rules.
There's no more. There's no more of that. Even before, look, they talk about the Jordan rules. People getting late. Remember the hit that Kevin McHale laid. Remember Kevin McHale laid out Kurt Rambis during the NBA Finals? Yes, there's no more playing like that. And those guys were able to play 82 games. Not just Michael Jordan. Remember, John Stockton, he played 82 games every year, but like one or two. Karl Malone, same way. So the thing is, and the technology is a lot better now. Back then, you saw the Last Dance. You saw what they did back then after they got to the locker room. They were in the locker room drinking beer. So technology is a lot better. The healing is a lot better. You don't need load management every game. Hey, man, we're going to sit this guy a couple down. Unless you have a legitimate injury, I don't think there should be load management. You really think Lamar Jackson is out there getting load management? You really think football players are out here getting load management? No, these guys are not here getting load management. They play every game until they either get hurt or they have a legitimate injury. There's no such thing as load management. And I know people are going to say, well, it's 82 games. Yes, there was 82 games back in the day, too. Everybody wanted to play all 82 games. And if you're going to ask for less games, then give up some of that money. You can't ask for full-time money and part-time effort. You cannot ask for full-time money and part-time effort. Go ahead, go out there, play the game. If you hurt, you're hurt. Can't nobody stop you from being hurt. Your body, if you're hurt, so be it. We saw that happen. It happened.
Do you have a problem with load management?
Yes. If you are capable of playing, unless you cannot physically walk or you have a migraine, you have something that is ailing you, then guess what? That can hinder you for the rest of the season, that can potentially end your career. If that's not a problem, you need to have your behind on that floor playing. And this is coming from a guy who said that Tyrese Halliburton never should have played in that game 6. I wouldn't have played it.
So did I.
I'd have told him, I'd have said, sit your butt down. We're going to see what we can do. This is coming from the same guy that said that because he had a legitimate injury that could hurt the team and hurt his career.
The calf strain injury in which he ultimately suffered in Achilles, kind of like how the way Kevin Durant suffered back years ago in the NBA Finals against Toronto.
Yeah.
If you look at Michael Jordan, he played all 82 regular season games 9 times during his 15-year career in the NBA. His ability to play nearly every game is highlighted by his streak of 179 consecutive playoff games in his final season with the Washington Wizards at the age of 39, during which he had played in all 82 games. So I don't have a problem with a champ with Michael Jordan because, of course, again, Jordan with the old school mentality, Jordan feeling like he has something to prove. And, of course, he understands the fans, the responsibility with the fans. And I feel like with the modern players, and this is one of the reasons why, champ, the NFL, why they're getting their ratings. Because when the NBA players continuously taking games off due to load management, it hurts the fans. You're giving the fans the proverbial middle finger. And if you continue, and if you do that, then guess what? You're gonna lose money. You're gonna lose ratings. Why do you think the NFL still to this day, even though the NBA is back champ with Prime, still huge story headlines?
Yeah. Like I said, there's a correlation between the advent of load management and them ratings going. All that load management, load management, your star players is not playing, not because of a legitimate injury, just because you're trying to save him. And you wonder why the ratings are down. You wonder why ticket sales are down. You start doing load management.
There you go.
There's a correlation between that. You might not want to recognize it, but that's what it is.
All right. I don't know if we're gonna try to get BRF back. If we do, we'll see what we can do. But my favorite topic on the Sports PSP podcast, babyface heel. Now, for those who may not know what babyface heel means in wrestling terminology, babyface is a good guy, a heel is a bad guy, and a tweener is someone in between babyface or heel. So I came up with a list of athletes or celebrities or whoever on the Sports PSP podcast, and we're gonna decide whether they are a babyface or heel. Now, the first one, champ. I think it's pretty fair to say he is a baby face. Peyton Manning.
Yes.
The
Yes.
only incident I hold against Peyton Manning, remember the situation when he was at the University of Tennessee. I want to
Yes.
get into the specifics or the details with that the trainer, Jamie Norwright.
Yeah. Yeah.
You aware of that incident, champ?
Yes, I'm aware of that incident, but outside of that,
Outside of that, I say
yeah.
babyface because when I look at Peyton, I love the direct TV commercials. Peyton is comical. I mean, the Manning family. I mean, 5-time league MVP. I mean, you can argue he's definitely a top 4, top 5 greatest quarterback of all time. I think I have Brady, Montana, Mahomes, and I have him at 4th. What I loved about Peyton more than anything, he proved that because we always love that true underdog story, champ, of guys, of athletes who came from impoverished backgrounds and was able to make something out of their careers. Peyton had money, obviously, because of his father playing in the NFL. You do want to kind of hear the story. Or here's someone who came from wealth, who came from affluence, and regardless, still became one of the greatest to ever play the game. That was one of the reasons why Bill Polian decided to draft Peyton Manning over Ryan Leaf, because Bill Polian knew that Peyton Manning was a student of the game. Peyton would practice, he worked, he studied hard. People gave him a lot of flack his rookie year for the most interceptions, but the following year he was 13-3. And you, as an offensive genius, Peyton, even though Brady is the GOAT, greatest of all time, Peyton Manning, I think he has the greatest mind of all players in the NFL. I think Peyton has the greatest mind in the NFL in terms of IQ. I mean, Chip, look at his forehead. I mean, his forehead is big as hell. He should have enough knowledge for that forehead to draw up plays, draw up schemes, things of that nature. But of course, the nationwide commercials. He was able to win a Super Bowl in Indianapolis, which we all know that's a basketball town, basketball city. And for him to go to Denver after 4 neck surgeries, I mean 2013 before the Super Bowl, 55 touchdown passes to only 10 interceptions. You surpassed Tom Brady's record for the most passing touchdowns in a regular season. You surpassed Drew Brees' record for the most passing yards by only a yard, and he was able to deliver a Super Bowl in his final year in his NFL career. And when he retired, he had all the passing records, like yards, touchdowns, everything else. Obviously, he was a great big mentor to his brother Eli, the Manning Passing Academy camp. How you're able to help out young quarterbacks, mentor them, show them all the things and what it takes to be a leader and how to be a good quarterback. Babyface.
I agree. Babyface. Look, I remember if you threw the ball for 3,000 yards, that was great. 3,500, that was impeccable. When Peyton Manning came in, we have seen 4,000 yard seasons before, but he made it the norm. He made it the norm. In fact, he threw for damn near 4,000 yards every year he was playing. He made it the norm. And this is look, and the thing is, his first couple years in Indy, he had a healthy balance of the running game and the passing game. So it wasn't just him, throwing the ball in garbage time. He was actually winning. He was winning. And he had a healthy balance between the run game and the passing game early in his career, especially when he had Edgerrin James and Marshall Faulk.
Falk.
So
And
when
then
he had
later
Edgerrin,
on,
when he had Edgerrin James and that team was rolling, there was a healthy dose of the running and the passing from 1999 all the way up to 2004, 2005, when Edgerrin James eventually left the team. So there was a healthy balance there. Like I stated, he made 3,000. He made 4,000 yards the norm. He made the fact that
he
if
made
you
it
throw for
such ease
3,000,
though.
huh?
He did it with such ease though, because he look not people just look at Marvin Harrison, Edgerrin James. Look at other talents he had. He had I think Dallas Clark,
Dallas Clark,
Reggie Wayne, Joseph Adai, Pierre
Joseph Tammy,
Garcon.
Jacob Tammy, uh,
Mm-hmm.
Austin Collie.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a little bit of everybody that he can. I mean, Donald Brown. Remember that?
Yes.
Remember that? He did hot dang it, Donald. But yeah, when he was hot Mike. But yeah, he made 4,000 yards the norm. You had to throw for at least 4,000 yards in order to be considered a great year. It used to be 3,000, maybe even 3,500. But when he made 4,000 the new standard. And when you change the game so much that you make something, remember back when Dan Marino and guys like that was throwing for 4,000 yards, that was considered a milestone. 4,000 yards was considered a milestone, much less 4,500 yards. He made 4,000 yards the norm, 20, 30 touchdowns, the norm. That's how you impact the game. He made audibles, dummy audibles, all of that, the norm. I would have hated to be in the offensive line for Peyton Manning because I was like, look, you got to hike that damn ball. I cannot keep staying down here this long.
Remember how he yelled at Jeff Saturday on the sideline?
Yeah. I mean, but the
Yeah.
thing is, that's what teammates do. And guess what? Jeff Saturday said it perfectly. We go at each other. We don't go to the press about it. We, we
I just laugh at that incident because again, what I love about Peyton is he's so relatable. I mean, he's the type of person you can hang out, have a beer with,
yeah,
and how you want to learn football, and how I love the Peyton and Eli, the ESPN2 shows. I hope, and they need to start doing more of that, champ, because again, I hope this could be the blueprint to try to convince non-football fans such as myself, you, BRF, and everyone else to try to understand a perspective of watching football. Yeah, it's okay to watch football for other reasons, the celebrities and everything else, the entertainment, but for those who actually want to try to learn football, try listening to people like Peyton Manning or Eli
absolutely.
Manning. Try listening to Tom Brady. Try listening to so many others who've played football or know football, and try to get a perspective, earn a perspective to like form your own opinion if you are interested in it. Now, some people, like for an example, they watch the Super Bowl, they watch football for different reasons. If you're watching the Kansas City Chiefs, other than the Chiefs football team, you're just probably watching it because of Taylor Swift, of course.
Probably.
But for those who may not be diehard football fans, but at least willing to try to understand or comprehend football, try listening to people like Peyton Manning.
Absolutely. And look, listen and learn. And look, man, Peyton was a baby face all the way, man. You ain't hear him getting it. You ain't hear him getting into trouble a lot. You ain't hear him. Other than that one incident, you really didn't hear a peep out of him as far as trouble was concerned. He was a model citizen. He built hospitals up there in Indianapolis. I remember at one time Indianapolis was a check off game. You picked that damn game when you played Indianapolis, and you checked that right off your schedule because you knew that was going to be a check off game. And if you go back and watch a football life, he said that was his goal to make that game not be a check off game. So
Mm-hmm.
that was great for what he did for that city, for the city of Indianapolis, and then giving the Denver Broncos a Super Bowl after years of not having a stable quarterback in that organization. So you are able to take two teams to a Super Bowl, and not only that, play lights out for both of them. And look, he wasn't just relatable. He wasn't just the guy you could think about having a beer with. Remember at the end of one game, they was asking him about his contract. He said, "Look, man, the only thing I'm worried about is how I'm going to get a Budweiser up to my lip at the end of the game. I'm
Yep.
not worried about that contract." Remember, he was, and then at the end of the game, the Super Bowl MVP. He said, "We're going to go have a bunch of Miller Lite. It's all on bond." So, yeah, man, look, that just goes to show you guys, show everybody, man, you can come from wealth, you can come from money, you can come from your father being an all-star quarterback himself, because uh, Arch Senior was a Pro Bowler. He was a Pro Bowler. He was just on a bad team with an astronaut as his general manager. So that goes to show you why he was. He had an astronaut as his general manager in New Orleans. So I'm just going to be very, very, very honest with you. But that just goes to show you, he came in. He was a student of the game. He didn't want to fall into his father's footsteps. Instead of going to Ole Miss, he went to Tennessee. I mean, when he came out, when he first got drafted, he said, "I'm here to play. I'm last on the depth chart at this point." He said it himself. "I'm last on the depth chart." He said it himself. "I plan on coming in, working my way up from the last on the depth chart, and I plan on working hard." And remember what he said when he got paid that $90 million contract. Remember what he said? They said, "Peyton, what you gonna do with that $90 million contract?" You remember what he said? He said, "I'm gonna earn it."
Mm. I'm gonna practice hard. I'm gonna study
Study hard.
hard. I'm gonna compete. I'm gonna
Yeah,
bust
he
my
said, "I'm gonna
tail.
earn it," which you don't hear a lot from these players these days. He said the minute that he said, "I'm gonna earn every cent of
All right. Larry Bird, babyface.
it."
And
Yes.
he was a badass dude. I mean, come on, champ. Dr. J taking a swing at you, man. Dr. J taking a swing at you.
Oh
I
man.
mean, Larry Bird had to get him to his head. You look at Larry Bird, top 10 player of all time. Because again, remember, you even did a video, champ, in which remember Low on Player's Choice, he said that Larry Bird is not top 10, to which you even fact checked and did homework and research. Because if you look at Larry Bird, 3-time NBA champion, 2-time finals MVP. I mean, he's won the MVP, what, 3 consecutive years?
Three consecutive.
First, yeah, first to do that.
One of the first to do that. I think Bill Russell did that as well. He won 1 or 3 years in a row. It's
And
hard.
also Indiana, what he meant for Indiana as far as basketball in general.
Yeah, what he meant to Indiana and Boston. Remember Boston? Look, let's just be quite frankly honest. Yes, as a player, I hated to see Larry Bird walk on the damn court because I'm a Laker fan. He's the epitome of the Celtics, and guess what? I roll with the Lakers at all the time. But at the same time, you can't be biased. You have to give credit where credit due. Larry Bird and Magic was the catalyst that saved the NBA,
Yes.
brought the NBA where it is today. The trash talk, all of that was part of his game. And if you think about what Caitlin Clark means to the W at this point, multiply that times about 100 million, and that's what you'll get when it comes to Larry Bird in the NBA. That's how much he means to the NBA. Remember, back in the 70s, there was no real TV contracts. All the finals were on tape delays. All the players were flying commercial at a certain point. So if you really look at what Caitlin Clark means to the W, that's exactly what Bird and Magic meant to the NBA. When you talk about being a baby face, I'm just gonna be real. He was relatable because he didn't come from money. He was he was just like the everyday guy, except he could play basketball. And he was your everyday guy in terms of not only doing that. Remember the reason why he hurt his back. He was a do-it-yourself type of guy. He was a handyman. He was doing stuff around the house. He was always, mowing his lawn. He was doing stuff that the everyday man was doing, and tried to be as relatable and he was relatable as possible. But really, and the thing is, he was relatable when he really wasn't trying to be relatable. He
You
was
could just feel it.
he was just
He
feeling.
he. It wasn't just silly. He just didn't give a fuck.
Yeah, he
That
was.
was the thing about with Bird. He didn't care whether you liked him or not. He was like, I'm here. I'm gonna play ball. Nothing else. I'm gonna drink a beer or whatever, and that's
Yeah,
about it.
I'm a
And
dip
with
and I'm
Bird,
gonna
he
do
was
all of
cool.
this.
But Bird, he was cool though, and I think it resonates. Champ, sorry to bring in race. I mean, for a white guy like him to be talking the shit like a brother and to be playing ball like a brother, and for him to be smooth with it, that gives you some kudos points.
Well, not only that, to be honest with you, you got to think about who he was in the damn league with.
Well, obviously,
This
yes,
dude was
that
in the
champ.
league with Magic as his counterpart, number one. Then he was in the league with Kareem. Then
Dr. J,
Dr. J, Isaiah Thomas. Then
Thomas,
less than a couple years later, you're in the league with Michael Jordan. They called that era in the 80s the golden era of basketball. You had Michael Jordan, Larry Bird, and Magic Johnson in the same league. And you got to include Isaiah and Dr. J in there as well. Then you had Charles Barkley. He comes in,
Patrick Ewing.
yeah, Patrick Ewing, yeah. So this he was able to come in and do things that, and he wasn't very athletic. He was the guy that came in and he was the lunch pail guy. He was so relatable, man. Like I said, people would if you go back and listen to an interview with Cedric Maxwell, he literally comes out and said, I'll be driving around the city sometime, and I'll see this real long line in this particular neighborhood. And that's everybody lined up to watch Larry Bird mow his grass. That was just it was crazy. It was crazy how that going on. I mean, the way he brought the Sycamores, the Indiana State Sycamores, from obscurity to them going undefeated in his senior year, brought back, brought back, saved not only the NBA but saved college basketball. Remember that game that him and Magic played in to this day.
Indiana State, Michigan State.
Yes, to this day is still the highest rated college basketball game in the history of the league. So they not only saved the NBA, they also saved college basketball because remember back then college basketball was still suffering from the Boston College point shaving scandal back then. So people kind of lost interest in that. So played a part not only saving the NBA but saving college basketball as well. And look, man, trash talk, I love it. You can back it up. It really ain't trash talk. I mean, remember what they used to say, what Byron Scott said. He said, man, Larry Bird would come up here and tell you exactly what he's going to do and then keep on and then do exactly what he said and want nothing that you can do about it. I'll never forget this. I want everybody to go back and watch Lakers versus Celtics, best of enemies. And I never forget he was in the NBA final. I never forget Michael Cooper said Larry Bird bounced the ball up to the line. They was down by 10. And he told Michael Cooper, who was a great defensive player, by the way, one hell of a defensive player, one of the all-time greatest for defensive players. He said he bounced that ball up to that damn line. He said, I'm about to get ready to wear your ass out. And he came out there and did everything that he said. And that was just, it was theater with Bird, man. Like I said, I bleed the purple and gold, but you cannot deny what Bird did for the game, man. Bird, look, for anybody who want to say we're done with the 80s, shame on you. Because you
Or
can't,
the 90s.
or the 90s, because you can't write the history without those guys. Larry Bird, the look, we talk about the Jordans, but I remember, look, I'm going to just be real. At one point, I bought Bird and Magic shoes when I was in grade school. I worked all summer because I wanted to be the retro guy. I bought Bird shoes and I bought Magic shoes. I bought the Converse Weapon Highs. I bought those for myself. because I wanted to feel like I was a part of that history when they were in their prime. Those two, Bird and Magic, were the epitome of basketball in the 80s and early 90s. With their faces on the screen, it was theater. And like I stated, Bird, man, look, Bird was amazing, man. Look, I said, look, if I wasn't a diehard Laker fan, I would get a jersey of his. But unfortunately, Mr. Bird, you will never see me with a Larry Bird jersey on, much like you would never see me with a Aints jersey on. So yeah, Mr. Bird is a baby face unequivocally. You can talk about the trash talk. You can talk about a lot of the other stuff. You can talk about how he was able to go to the press conference when he was in the NBA finals when Isaiah Thomas was under fire for saying some derogatory things about if he was a black player he'd just be just another guy. Remember he rushed to Isaiah's aid and they had a press conference about that.
Dennis Rodman, you mean?
Yeah, Isaiah Thomas and Dennis Rodman. Remember?
Yeah, and do you also remember what Dennis Rodman said about Larry Bird? How if he would play in today's game?
Yeah. So, and he came and he had that press conference and said, "Look, I don't feel any type of ways about it. If I don't feel any type of ways, I don't think anybody else should feel that type of way." So, hey, and he told them in the cash conference, hey, we're trying to cover for each other, and that was an extremely good gesture, And look, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson, saved the league. So whether people want to acknowledge it or not, I'm surprised you remember that damn video. Damn, you have a good memory. I did that video 3 years ago. I did that video 3 years ago.
That's how I first met you on TikTok. I mean, that's why I wanted to collaborate you, big fella, because you bring a lot of things into context. Because when I was listening to Lowe's take, look, you look at how Larry Bird, how he turned around the Boston Celtics, I think from the first year to the second year, and
Mhm.
how he was able to win championships. Yes, he had great talent around him and Kevin McHale, the late great Dennis Johnson, Robert Parrish. But at the same time, Bird, he would if he played in today's game, he would average a 30-point triple double. He's capable of doing that. I could see him averaging 30, 10, and 11 because of his shooting ability. He was a great at his prime, at his time, he was a great shooter. He would definitely be great with the mid-range game. And we all know he's a very good three-point shooter. I think he's around 37, 38%. Imagine how he would shoot the three in today's game. He's been in that 50, 40, 90 club. And his passing, his ball handling, his playmaking, with the spacing that the league has nowadays. Now, the only thing that would hurt Bird has been his health. But other than that, Bird in today's game, in his prime,
Hey, I would look if you saw. I would love to see him and Jokic together because remember how him and Bill Walton was able to pass and tee off each other.
yes,
Although Bill Walton was, God rest his soul, was the sixth man off the bench. Remember how they
yes.
was able to tee off each other and do everything and make some beautiful passes in that '86 team. That was pure theater right there. I would love to have seen Larry Bird with Jokic. But yeah, Larry Bird, undisputed babyface, man. Uh, undisputed babyface. Like I stated, you know, uh, hey, trash talk or not, but Larry Bird was that deal. You hated as a Laker fan. Look, as a Laker fan, you hated to see him coming because man, you knew he was.
Hmm.
You knew it was trouble.
Now, this one is a really controversial one for Babyface heel,
Okay.
Suge Knight.
You know what? I'm gonna keep my words soft and sweet because I don't want to have to eat them later on. But no, I'm just gonna be tweener. I will say this, tweener, and I'll be very, very honest. There's a lot of stuff that we saw. There's a lot of stuff that we didn't saw, and luckily for me, I'm able to do a lot of research and I'm a sponge for information on my spare time. He was actually trying to make a pension for music, for the music stars. He was actually doing a lot for the whole Mother's Day promotional thing. He did a lot for the community with the Mother's Day situation, and he did a lot for trying to make sure a lot of look without Suge, Dre, a lot of the early entrepreneurs, we wouldn't have saw the bigger ones that we end up seeing later on down the line. We wouldn't have been able to see those guys without Suge and Dre. A lot of those big time entrepreneurs that we saw on the music side of things, we wouldn't have saw Master P. We wouldn't have saw Cash Money. We wouldn't have saw Rockefeller. We wouldn't have saw those things because back then people don't understand this, man. Look, back then hip hop was not popular, my friends, among mainstream. They was trying to ban that shit. Hip hop was going before Congress every other day. President Bob Dole, Al Gore, those guys were
Dolores
trying to
Tucker.
get Dolores Tucker. They was trying to get that shit banned. They did not want to hear that, especially when it came to Death Row Records. So the
Dionne
thing is,
Warwick.
yeah, Dion, yes. What's
Remember the
yeah, ooh, that was a real. I would have been scared too because of what she said, and I'm like, no, I'm good on that. So when you can scare those guys straight, that's a whole other thing. But yeah, they was trying to ban hip hop at one point because not just because of Death Row Records, but because of some of the controversial songs that Ice T had put out, which we will not say the name on the air. So yeah, for the music and everything like that, you got to think about this. A lot of people paved the way so that we can do our thing today. And regardless of their tactics, at a certain point, you got to just pay homage to what they did. Like I stated, without Suge and those guys doing earlier entrepreneurship, you wouldn't have, a lot of labels wouldn't have been able to take on joint venture as far as hip hop was concerned. Hip hop was not a popular music genre back then. People thought it was a fad. People thought it was a fad. So I will say this: for the things that he did with the music, I will say tweener. A lot of the other stuff, yeah, but for the things that he did with the music, I will label him a tweener because guess what? Without that back in the day, without him taking the risks that he took back in them days, we wouldn't see a lot of the joint ventures that we see today. That we saw. We saw some rap dynasties, and it started with Death Row. It started with Death Row. And when you think about Death Row, that was a dynasty. And when you think about No Limit, that was a dynasty. When you think about Rockefeller, when you think about Rough Rider, when you think about a lot of those things, and it was a true underdog story, man. Death Row was not a big label. It was a very, very small label. It was a very, very small label. And it produced 6 LPs. And it's a known fact that a if you produce that many hit records on a major, you're considered a genius at a certain point. Now, granted, he did have the motor behind him, that being Dr. Dre, on the business side of it, and trying to get the music where it is today. Like I stated, get for it to get heard on the radio the way it is, and trying to get rappers what they deserve and stuff like that. Now, granted, did he practice what he preached? Not so much, because you hear the horror stories about the money not being divvied up in a certain way. But that's another story for another day. But the thing is, I label him a tweener because of you know a lot of the things that he did in the music business, as far as them taking major companies taking a risk on hip hop. He was one of the main reasons for that. So strictly off of what he did for the music, I label him a tweener. And yeah, man, look, some of those little stories are kind of entertaining. To be honest with you, they're entertaining. I'm not gonna lie, I laughed as a child hearing some of those stories. Now that I'm an adult, they're not so funny because I can just imagine if something like that would have happened to myself. But I'm gonna just be real on the musical side of it. What he was able to do for the music and the fact that we can hear that music to this day, I label him a tweener. Now a lot of the other stuff, yeah, but tweener because of what he did for the music. You know, like I said, I'm strictly talking about the music side. You know, and how the way that he was able to get joint venture and stuff like that, and get these major labels to take a risk on hip hop, which paved the way greater greater record labels on down the line. Death Row was the first of many. It was the first of many. When you saw Death Row, then you was able to see Master P. You was able to see that. You was able to see these large hip hop moguls do their thing, and he was the first. He was one of the first. Him easy, and look, the one that may surprise you is Luther Campbell. He was a hip hop mogul. You know, I know people he doesn't get the credit because of the party music, but he was one of the first guys to have his own record label. You know, Uncle Luke was. So when you think about Luke, when you think about Easy, when you think about Suge Knight, those were one of the first three. Those were three of the first three guys to have their own record labels, to have joint venture power, to have creative control over their records. Those were to own their masters, to own your masters. People was not talking. People in hip hop was not talking about owning their damn masters until Suge Knight. He made it a part of the contract when he was dealing with Jimmy Iovine. He said, "I want to own my masters," and
That's
that's
what
what.
people don't realize about the business, but the brilliant side of Suge. Plus, I say I was leaning towards heel champ, but at the same time, tweener. I mean, Suge. I mean, the brilliant side, but also his journey. How he was a former football player, good one at UNLV. He was
Yeah,
a former bodyguard himself. Remember, he was the bodyguard to Bobby Brown,
yeah,
and obviously his connections into the business. Some people would look at heel because they look at the situation between him and Easy E, and how Dr. Dre was ultimately able to go on to Death Row Records.
yeah,
The Vanilla Ice one, I don't believe Suge Knight held Vanilla Ice over a balcony. I think basically he just punked Vanilla Ice by basically telling him, listen, my client, Mario Lavelle Johnson, Chocolate as he's called, he wrote the songs to Ice Ice Baby as well as other tracks to Vanilla Ice's debut album To the Extreme. And we're gonna make sure that my client and I get paid. And I and look, Ice to this day, he still hasn't admitted that Chocolate wrote the song. He said he wrote the song. Regardless, he signed.
yeah.
But when I look at Suge Knight, though, he a very big, intimidating dude, though. I mean, 6'3", 330 something pounds. But they also look at the other incidents. You remember Puffy's friend who was at the Death Row Christmas party?
Yeah, I was like I said, those were funny back when I was a child, but now not so much because I'm versus
Social
I'm
media.
yeah, I'm 15 years when I was 15 years old hearing about that stuff, it's kind of like damn. But now looking back at it, it's just like damn, that was kind of messed up. But look, again, I just like this. I'm like this. For what you did on the music side to let guys be able to make money to this day is something that's timeless. And like I stated, people don't talk about, how him, Jay Prince, and a lot of those other guys who was, gangsters, quote unquote, they were trying to make a better way for hip hop before it went into the streaming industry. They were trying to get a head start back on that back in the 90s. They were trying to get a head start about that. Unfortunately, they were not able to. Fortunately, a lot of those guys started going to jail, getting busted, stuff like that. But there was rumors about why that happened, which, like I said, I won't say that on the air because I ain't trying to get hit with a defamation because I ain't got no money to get nobody. But there's rumors about why they got busted and stuff like that. But yeah, there was a lot of good things that guys have done in order to contribute to a lot of us getting paid. And guess what? Hey, that has to be taken into consideration with a lot of things. A lot of times you can look, this is before the social media age. So some things I do emphasize some can be greatly exaggerated. I never forget PK Chocolate. He said, look, he never held him over the balcony. He said, I was there. He said, we showed up with my guy, with Suge, with a contract. And he said, look, either we can sit here for 20 minutes or we could be here all night. One way or another, we got to get this contract signed to get my
You're
client.
talking about the Vanilla Ice one.
Yes. So, you know,
Yeah,
and he,
that was the one in which Chocolate, the Death Row Chronicles. I recall Chocolate
yeah,
him saying, "Look, that was the only threatening or intimidating thing that Suge ever said." Even Vanilla Ice, he did ABC Primetime Live.
yeah.
The way he described it was more terrifying, but now all of a sudden it was like more cordial. So
Mm.
I don't understand how Vanilla Ice changed the tune of his story. But either way, Suge Knight stand by his story. The other thing people will say, heal Suge Knight, the video of him running over the. Remember, he was driving and he running over somebody. You know,
Yeah,
they're gonna look at that. They're gonna
yeah,
look at all the other things. But Suge, I lean towards Tweener
yeah, twin.
because how brilliant he is, and how brilliant he is as a businessman, as an entrepreneur, how he was able to get the types of talent, even though he did intimidate them by his presence. Of course, obviously, he's a big man. You're not going to confront Suge. And of course, he has security. But also, too, I'm still laughing at that Dionne Warwick story.
Yeah, that was but look, uh,
I mean, look,
it's not surprising because everybody has that one lady in their life or something like that is
no, I'm
they're
not
not
laughing.
gonna
No,
do it.
obviously that's true, Chad, but it's just out of the way how they characterized it. I mean, obviously you're gonna be scared when an old lady is going to confront you, having the people come over to her place and for her to be talking about it. I actually kind of liked how the way Dion handled it.
Yeah.
They even showed up 10 minutes early.
Yeah, they showed up 10 minutes early. And then when she said, now I want you to say what you said, and they looking at each other like, no, I'm good. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
You. So it's kind of like you like she say, okay, so now imagine everybody else today. And then they really thought about it. And later on, like I stated, Suge Knight said she was absolutely right about what she was saying. But you know, we was young, we trying to make money. We didn't really care about a lot of that.
That was a part of the rap game,
It
though.
was part of the rap game. So hey, should use this size much like Don King uses his hair. So just being real. It should uses his size, much like how Don King uses his hair. It was a, except he was a
Kind of like
folk.
how just like how you using the Cartman hat.
Yeah. You get but yeah, you can get look. I always say this, man. Look, if you can learn anything from Suge Knight, you can get more with sugar than you ever can with salt. If you can learn anything from Suge, just know that you can get more. You can attract more with sugar than you ever can with salt. Or you can attract more with honey than you ever can with vinegar. If you can learn anything from Suge, learn that because I really because hey, I'm just gonna be real. Hey, when you get a reputation, eventually it trickles down. If you ask me, he's the West Coast version of Dane, except he's not as visible at this point because unfortunately he's incarcerated. But when you really, really think about it, there's a lot of similarities between him and Dane. The rise was quick and the fall was just bad.
Well, I mean, yeah, and then of course the East Coast West Coast war between him and Puffy from Bad Boy. So I mean,
What's so funny about that quote unquote war? I was digging through the archives one day. Like I said, I'm a sponge for information. And they was actually Biggie and Puff was actually at the Murder Was the Case release party. That was what's so funny. I'm like, and
but Snoop was actually tight with Biggie and them, so that's not really that much of a
that
surprise
was
to
what
me.
was so funny about it. I'm like, what the fuck? So y'all, it's kind of like me saying I don't like somebody, then they one of my brothers. I'm like, is y'all motherfuckers really beefing or y'all just playing us at this point?
Well,
But
obviously, it was just for money and marketing and for ratings.
yeah, but you know, you ask yourself that because what the hell? This is at the height of the beef. This is not. They was at the Murder Was the Case release party. You see the pictures all over, and I went to go make sure it ain't AI because you know how AI is these days. It's probably pull one over your pull a veil over your face. But I tried to look and see. I'm like, wait a minute, what the hell y'all was doing at this party? This is a Death Row album release party, but. Yeah, it was just like, and you start asking yourself a lot of questions after that. But you know, it's yeah, the East Coast, West Coast rap, boy, that was a real thing. But look, everything, look, people talk about the East Coast, West Coast rap war. Everything was the damn war back then. You had the Monday Night Wars, you had the console wars, you know, the Sega, every damn thing became a war back then. You know, the late show wars, the late night television war, everything was a damn war back then. The only difference is East Coast, West Coast was hip hop and it turned violent a few times. But
Mm-hmm.
other than that, everything back in the 90s, if you really look at it, man, every damn thing was a war. Toy companies was going to damn war with each other, man. It was Toys R Us versus another toy store. It was out of control back in the day.
McDonald's, Burger King.
McDonald's versus Burger King. I mean, people was literally making making rap lyrics saying, I like the Whopper, blank the Big Mac. It was literally just like that. It was something or something else. It wasn't what we have nowadays where you can just everybody just want to be cool. It was purely about competition back then. So that's where I think it stemmed from initially, I will say. And look, before people talk about hip hop as the only music genre of music where situations can turn violent, look, man, I just so happen to listen to classical music. Did y'all know that during the premiere of certain classical musics or jazz or certain jazz stars, fights were known to break out backstage?
I had no idea.
Yes, fights were known to break out backstage during the times of early classical music and early jazz. Fights were known to break out backstage. So ain't nothing new up under the sun. We just like to relate to it when it comes to hip hop. You know, just because it's modern day and it's street music. But in the early days of jazz and classical music, premieres and things like that, rival jazz artists and rival classical music artists, they were known to have fights backstage right before premiere happens. So take that into consideration before you want to talk about hip hop and how violent it is. Fights would literally break out backstage when it came to classical music and jazz music career and back jazz music premieres.
All right, big fella. Last two topics, and then we'll wrap up the show. We'll just try to keep it real quick as possible. Favorite MVP moment?
Uh,
It has to be the basketball for me. Him and Matt Hardy.
yeah.
When he's trying to act like Dwayne Wade, but then he's missing them layups.
Yeah, he was me bounce before me bounce. And I'm an Angel Reese fan, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. But you know,
Yes.
he was me bounce before me bounce. I have Angel Reese's jersey, but yeah, he was me bounce before me bounce. So yeah, we call him me bounce MVP. But yeah, that and then him getting knocked out by Holyfield on Saturday night main event, that was funny as hell. uh, him getting stunned by Stone Cold Steve Austin.
I love the swagger, man. The mic skills that he had, the rap style that he had, man. I mean, I would love to see MVP with Crime Time.
Yeah. And I admired MVP man for getting in the very last Inferno match. Because remember, he got pushed back first into that fire. So yeah.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
Yeah, he was in the very last Inferno match. So we ain't seen an Inferno match since him and Kane.
Yeah.
So
I love that. I love that, man. And of course, man, favorite Migos track. I got Out Your Way, um, Stir Fry, Gang Gang, CC, What's the Price? Kelly Price with Travis Scott. Um, Rest his soul, Takeoff, man. He was the best as far as with the verses. Quavo was great as far as with the hook. Um, I just love. Atlanta, ATL for real. All them hits, Bad and Bougie. That Culture album, that was some great work, man. And just the ATL, the vibes. Anytime when you listen to that type of music like that, it makes you feel like you want to go to Atlanta.
Yeah.
Makes like you want to go pop some bottles, be with some beautiful women, some bad bees, and have a good time, man. But man, Migos, when it comes to hit songs, particularly around in the summertime as well, those were dope. What's yours, big fella?
I actually went to the Migos concert, bro. Shout out to my guy Big Cal. Shout out to Celeste. Shout out to my people down here, man. We went to my guy Josh.
Oh, and Narcos. Can't forget Narcos.
Yeah, Narcos. Man, Narcos. When it was actually at Pablo Escobar's house, that was funny.
Mhm.
I get the bag.
Yes.
I know it wasn't their song, but it was Gucci's song. But I get the bag. That was the smoothest beat that came in. Remember Bad and Bougie? That was a good one. Motorsport.
You're just
Love.
laughing at it now because of Offset and Cardi B.
Uh, hey man, look, when you take accountability for what you did, that's cool. It's all ain't nobody forgetting you, man. Look, man, look. I don't. I'm gonna keep my words soft. I don't know how you could leave. Yeah, that was amazing. I seen her in that see-through dress. That was amazing.
Well, there is that model that she was trying to make the move on Offset, that tall Angelina with Fernandez, that 6'7" woman,
Yeah, yeah, but still, I mean,
which you can handle clearly.
don't tell my business on the. Don't tell my business on the album. You're talking too loud. But hey man, I lift weights for a reason, man. But not just to lift plates, but
Oh
I lift weights
shit.
more than to lift plates. I lift the weights so I can lift other things. So keep that in mind. Do that if you uh Versace,
Versace, yeah,
yeah.
straight. Walk it like I talk it.
Yeah.
Walk it like I
Hannah
talk it.
Montana. Hannah
Yes,
Montana. Hannah Montana. Hannah
yes.
Montana. I love the ad libs that they do, man. The ad libs are great, man.
Who do you think? Who does better Atlas, Migos or Travis?
Migos.
Okay.
I love Migos, man. I'm being a homer right about now. I'm just gonna be honest with you, but that's Drip was good.
Yes.
Drip was good. Ric Flair drip. Remember Ric Flair drip was going on?
Yeah,
When
that
they
was
had Rick
Offset in that one with Metro Boomin and 21 Savage.
barbecue.
Yes.
Yeah. But man, Migos, look, man, y'all made look. I know y'all came in on the back end of my peak. You know what I'm saying? When I was in my in the heyday, but y'all came in on the back end. You know, 2000. I always said 2010 to like 2000 and like 15 was my peak, but y'all came in on like the back end of that when But the Wolfpack was still going strong. Shout out to the Wolfpack, by the way, man. Cal, Rob, Josh, Joey, Big Cal, all you guys. Shout out to the Wolfpack. We used to go to the club and we used to howl like wolves. So
Mhm.
for those of you who know, DJ Fat Boy, you know what it is, man. Shout out to you, man. DJ Alvin D, the entire Wolfpack, man. Not just this Justin Fresh, the main man Fresh. They came out like on the back end of our peak, man, when we was rocking the parties, buying all the sections and stuff like that. But that was a wonderful time, man. And I never forget when I went to that concert, man. Plies actually opened up for them on that concert, bro. And that was an amazing concert when they came into Columbus. Man, I still got the pictures in my phone. Me, Celeste, Josh, Fran, all of us was at that concert rocking the joint, and that was something special to behold. and you could you could see all the smoke in the air at the Civic Center at Columbus, Georgia, man. They talk about Columbus, but it's no better place to be. But yeah, walk it like I talk it. Uh, Same color T-shirt. Migos, man. I hate what happened to Takeoff, man, because I really feel like not on. I really feel like eventually he could have went solo and been great, man.
Yeah, he had
Unfortunately,
his own album, and he was the best one as far as like with the verses, in my opinion.
yeah,
But man, it was sad though to see him pass away, gone way too soon. I
yeah,
mean, in his 20s. I think he was like 26, 27 years old at the time when he passed away, man. Um, but to me, they're like the more hip hop version, the more of the trap music version of TLC.
yeah. That's a
Because
great
when,
analogy.
huh?
That's a great analogy too.
Yeah, because even though TLC, they were never the same once Left Eye, rest their soul, passed away. And they were just like, nah, we ain't gonna do it anymore. But at their prime, poor, they were selling a lot of records though.
Yeah, very.
And they brought it for the culture. You know, ATL. I mean, I would love to go to ATL again. I gotta go back to Atlanta again. Heck, if I wouldn't mind living in Atlanta. I kind of
Hey,
like it.
hey, bro. I love Atlanta, man, but that damn traffic every single day. At least up north, I will say this: y'all have the capability of kind of walking around the damn traffic just a little bit. You can kind of get off on, getting
Well,
off.
we have trains and buses as
Yeah,
well
you got
too.
to change the buses and shit. But down here, man, you got to fight that damn. That's the reason I haven't moved to back to Atlanta at this point because, yeah,
I'm only attracted to Atlanta because of two things: them chicken and them women.
well, at least you're honest about it. So shit, that makes two of us. But
There's dark chocolate, there's light chocolate, there's some caramel, there's some vanilla.
there's some honey. There's some. There's a lot. Hey, bro, when you look, man, look. I would just be real, man. This is a real story time. And read if you watch when you watch this. If you watch this, don't kill me about this story, man. I never forget. We went to Club Compound. And I was an amateur. We had just did an amateur boxing match somewhere. I'm not gonna tell people where it was at. We did an amateur boxing match somewhere near Atlanta, and I was boxing back in them days, right? So we went to my guy C100 C Reed got me. He been my best friend since like we was in like grade school. Since we 12 years old, me and this dude been friends, right? And earlier that day, we had to walk in order. Well, he walked. He got out of my car. I was driving a Toyota Yaris back in them days, right? And
Mhm.
yes, I drove a Toyota Yaris back in them days. Look up that car, by the way, if you don't know what that is. I drove a Toyota Yaris, and we drove to Atlanta. And he got out the car in order to find out what Club Compound was, right? So he finally found it, and later that night we went into Club Compound and we had our best suit. We walked in there with suits and ties, and we had just went shopping that day. We had the drip on and all of that shit. So we had suits on, the vest on, the loafers on. We was looking sharp. Man, do you know? Man, like I said, he gonna kill me for this. Man, we sat down, man. We had a whole day. Now look, granted, we ain't balling at all. We were sitting at the damn table with these girls invited us up there to the VIP and shit. They asking us shit. They're buying us damn drinks. I'm looking at him like, hey, wait a minute, it's supposed to be the other way around. That was the funniest shit. I'm trying. It was, and one of them looked like, and the reason why I like Angel Fernandez, right? One of them girls is tall as Amazon. Like I got her number that night. That was the funniest shit in the world. Because we had all of their numbers by the end of the night. It was like eight of them to like two of us. We was like looking around like shit. Which one we So like I said, Reed, don't kill me for that story, bro. But that was a classic story. I still got the pictures in my phone in regards to that, man. That was on my old Instagram page before somebody hacked me. But yeah, that was an interesting night, to be honest with you, man. They was inviting us into the VIP. Under my girls was inviting us. Hey, have a glass of champagne. I'm like, what the? like I said, I'm only 22 years old at the time, so I'm wondering, like, all right, ain't this supposed to be the other way around? I'm gonna drink the champagne though. So that was crazy.
Oh man, it's great, man. But of course, I also want to go to Magic City. So
Yeah, man, but we got to take you to the Diamonds of Atlanta too, man. So
Well, I'll definitely go there.
one of these
I'll
days,
definitely.
man. Look, before it's all said and done, we're gonna do a taping down here in Atlanta, and I'm gonna bring you down, and we gonna party. We gonna party. It's gonna be me and the Wolf Pack. We're gonna invite you in. We're gonna adopt you for that weekend, and we're gonna take you out. So my guy Big Cal, he gonna make sure he bring them out for you.
Oh man, that's gonna be lit, man. No doubt about that. But fellas, that concludes the rest of the Sports PSP pod. Um, always a great episode. Appreciate BRF for coming. Unfortunately, we couldn't finish the rest of the episode with him, but we always know he's watching, doing his thing. Big fella, any final words before we wrap up the show, man?
Um, 2 more months before the year is over, guys. Um, 2 more months before the year is over. Whatever you got in mind to do, don't hesitate, man. Don't hesitate. Whatever you have in mind to do, whatever positive thing you have in mind, don't wait till the right moment. Just do it. Wait, don't wait. Wait is what broke the camel's back eventually. Go out there and do it. Put your best foot forward. You got 2 more months. When you end this year, I want you to end it with a lot of what I did do, not what I could have done. And always remember something, man. I'm gonna remember this. This is coming from a more serious side of me. I'm trying to be a little bit more serious at the end of the show. But always remember this. What I'm gonna do, what you gonna do ain't never did a damn thing. Just go out and do it. All that what I'm gonna do, what I'm gonna do, what you gonna do, or what you any of that, they ain't never did a damn thing. Go out there and do it. Accomplish your goals. It's right here for the taking. Reach up and grab that brass ring, bring it on down. You can do it, no matter what the odds is. And I know the odds are seeming kind of stressed as of lately, but you can do it, man. And I just want y'all to understand that you can. So if anybody is telling you you can't, listen to myself, pray to God, and guess what? You can move mountains, man. With the faith of a mustard seed, you can move mountains. And like I said, man, you got 2 more months this year. Spend time with family and take risks. Do everything that you can. And when you think you can't do it, when something is telling you not to do it, that's more reassurance to do it. And when it comes to doing something positive with your life, make that podcast, take that test, get that degree, go to the gym, do them push ups, do them sit ups, do your hair, cut your hair, do whatever you would like to do, as long as it's going to have a positive impact on your life. And I guarantee you won't have to live with regret. Don't regret the things that you do. Regret the things that you knew you could have did. And on that note, I salute all of you. God bless you.
Also, on a serious note, November 4th, Election Day. Please, everyone, just go out and vote. Make sure your voices are heard. Vote. If you ain't gonna vote, don't say anything. Don't
Exactly.
want to hear it because you had the opportunity. The opportunity is still there. If you want to make change, if you want to make sure that your voices are heard, please just go out there and vote. I know I will vote because I'm sick and tired of people in New Jersey and I'm getting all these messages on my phone saying vote, vote, vote. Yeah, I know I'm going to vote. You need to be focusing or more concerned about the people who are choosing not to vote. Just vote. Make sure you vote. Make sure you get your voices heard because at the end of the day, we're going through a lot. Um, as always, man, I appreciate Undisputed World Champ BRF for always hopping on the Sports PSP podcast. We will always do the Sports PSP podcast every Friday nights, 9 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on YouTube. Thank everyone for hopping into the pod. We're going to keep on doing whatever we can. We're going to keep on making sure y'all are entertained, everything, and then some. And we is out. Peace.